I don't even have the character, I'm just getting loot for there. As I never break their shields, which is where you get most of your orbs. They just bust through their health. It takes a little bit sometimes. We need to go back to the top. Oh yeah? You hadn't played any of that, right? I mean, I imagine not if you bought it. But I don't know if you maybe bought like a physical version or something. Yeah. I'd like to do CCC soonish. We'll see. When I'm feeling it, I guess. Might not be that. I've been playing a lot of RPGs lately. CCC, yeah. I played extra this year. It was interesting. I mean, I liked parts of it because of the Nasu, and then I also thought it was kind of fucked, and the gameplay wasn't very good. But then it was just like, it was really interesting. I don't know. Despite its flaws, I kind of had fun with it. So I'm kind of looking to play CCC because of it. See if they mix anything up or just what story at least happens. Oh yeah. I think it had a lot of potential to be leaned into more as like a information gathering kind of game. And like that's kind of the plot, but ends up really not being all that not much player agency on it. He kind of just tells you what to do and you apply some logic to it. It's kinda, and the dungeon design is really simple. I don't know, that's still neat. Or at least like funny at times, like with the twice HP man and all that. This has definitely been the longest dungeon. I don't know if I'd say it's the best though. I'm glad Nasa is a fan of that gameplay. Like I said, I didn't hate it. I thought it was interesting, but I wasn't huge on it for sure. And I don't think it had the quality of story that the VMs did in any way, but there were still some interesting arcs. And I had fun playing it on stream. I like talking about it. Yeah, it was unique. There was definitely potential for it. And we'll see how the remake handles it. There's a lot of room to finagle a little bit. Or they won't do anything, we'll see. Oh, I feel so tense right now. Like an anxiety. It's the caffeine. This dungeon's hella boring. Yeah. Yeah. It's not the best. And I mean, I'm usually, there's plenty of games I've played that I love tile, warp tile, whatever, every kind of tile sort of dungeons, but I just don't know if the resource management or the gameplay here really is the best for this kind of dungeon. So worried I remember sort of stuck on it for too long. Nice. Well, everybody's gotta be, taken through the trial by fire once, I guess. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, like I said, there's games that have this kind of thing that I like a lot, but I don't know why it doesn't work as much here. I guess because it hasn't had this kind of shit before, the mapping's not really fun. Maybe I'm just kind of looking to get moving too. I just give him more HP. Fishing, I guess. I don't much care what they're using. Oh yes, max training. It's easy for them. At this point I don't even really care. I'm just gonna get fishing for the health. The small health boosts. I think it is maxed on everybody. Alright, I think we're gonna save up some points on him. I don't really care about these characters. If they're not gonna make me use them, I'm not gonna bother. Yeah. No worries. Oop. Like a boss. over here.
この変な玉。
これが地のフィールドの力なのかな。
そうみたい。それはよろしいんですけど、奥にあるブサイクの。
He's not ugly.
侵入者発見。侵入者発見。
He's annoying though.
これなら勝てそうだな。
Gimmick fight.
怪我はないか。
もう終わりましたね。
Oh, I forgot to double my XP.
騒ぐほどのことではありません
Keep
よ。
forgetting to do that. I'll get like into the boss fight. Like, oh, it's time to do the boss fight, and then I forget to use the XP card.
なんとか倒せたよね。
Because I really need more XP right now. It's like, why not though?
これがネーデの地の力なのか。
何かが私の中で大きく膨らんでいく。
Something's expanding in my mind. Story?
ここは地球？
I figured we just cut straight to the end of the game after all this.
父さん。
まさかレゾニア軍が再侵攻してくるとはな。急いでこの書類をまとめ。
お父さん。
Oh man, young CC
ク
Kenny.
ロード、どうしてここに？
だってせっかく宇宙から戻ってきたのにお仕事ばっかり。
そうか。そうい。
お父さん早くお家に帰ろう。お父さんと一緒に宇宙に行けるように僕
Wanted
一
to
生
be
懸
with
命勉強
Daddy.
したんだ。
Daddy is all business.
この頃は父さんが帰ってくる日よ。
クロード、大きくなったな。すまんなクロード。父さんはやらなきゃならない仕事。
どうして帰ってきたらお父さん帰ってこないの？じゃあ5本は？
母さんなら分かってくれるさ。クロードは家に帰って。
お父さんのバカ！嘘つけ！嘘つくお父さんなんて大嫌い。
Baka.
嘘つくを。
See, I didn't play the first game, so any extra loaded emotions with this guy being the first game's protagonist or whatever, I got nothing.
何だったんだろう。
クロードには何が見えたの？
昔だよ。
Not that they seem to be doing much with that, it's just
まだ
father
何も知
son
らなかっ
shooting
た。
them.
そう。
さあ、次
Well,
の
I guess if you play as her, you get like separate scenes there. And that's cool. I won't be playing it twice though. We could just teleport out, man. catch the fish here. I want to get to 60, but easier said than done, man. What the? I could probably just like make these in 2 seconds. Since I got infinite money, so I guess I don't really give a fuck. Oh, the magical rasp. Yeah, I really could, huh? Triangle. Want that? I don't know what these actually do, these ribbons and shit, for him. I don't know if they like let you, like the dragons do something. I just don't see myself wanting to cut like 60% attack back. Lost Ark. Is that a Korean one? I feel like I don't care about hate speech that much. I just don't even want to look through my abilities. It's like whatever, man, you know? It's fine. Any time spent in there is too much. Oh, hey. Fish. Oops. Well, you gotta get started eventually on Yakuza. And trust me, they're not games you want to play all in a row. They're good, but Yakuza-itis is a thing. Wouldn't hurt to start Yakuza 0. Yeah, have fun, man. Totally got a lot of good stuff coming. Yeah, they tend to give out the whole series on the cheap pretty often, which is really cool. And considering a lot of their games kind of...
ルーンコードが
ここが力のフィールド。
大きな山ね。
not require, but are better when you've played the older ones. I guess getting into the series is something finding like starting points for people is pretty important for them.
泣き言言ってもしょうがない。
Field of Might. I guess I could just do it. Show your strength. My strength. Of the strength. Yeah, you got a lot coming. I can understand wanting to stop PoE then. Yeah, that's kind of my problem too. It's a good problem. defeat them all.
まったく
Okay.
行くわよ。
よーし。
ザクですね。油断は禁物よ。
Yeah, Mario RPG's not super long either. Take them out, my sweets. That thing's gonna speed this up too. Oh yeah, I never watched the. I've only seen the movie and played the game. I watched the new show. We watched the Fate Heaven's Feel movies recently. They sucked compared to the VN, but started Karno Kyokai too, which I've seen back in high school. I really like them, but I need to get back into it. But I'm just kind of cranking out games right now since it's near the end of the year. I got holidays and car issues. We were thinking of doing Fate Zero soon. I haven't seen that since high school. I didn't like them. I don't think they capture what was good about the VNs or the original stories like at all. It's just like senseless action, just flash and glitz and glamour and really loud sound effects. Yeah. See, I'm not a senpai machine. There's nothing I like them, but yeah, they're not I feel like the VNs are so good because of atmosphere and really strong character work. And I think that's exactly what they don't do in the movies. Just focus on fights. And it moves at like a blistering pace. Thing is, they were really good at that atmosphere. Like if you go watch Karno Kyokai, The Garden of Sinners, after, like, they really know how to do atmosphere back then. Music isn't phoned in, like, the visuals are godly, and like that feels more like what Heavens feels about, but they just don't capture that for me. Really, this dude just instantly turned around, man. Okay, I thought I was getting back attacked. It'll be neat to watch Fate Zero again. That one I do remember liking. No, I haven't yet. I was gonna wait for them to make like a whole show or just read the thing myself.
クロードはレベルが上がったなんてね
I'm not there yet. Right. Well, it's the same author, isn't it? And I like his work. I used to think it's a he. Bakano and Urara are really cool. I mean, the animes are. And read the light novels. I mean, I like Fate, so it'd be a nice mix, but... And since Fate's so focused on multiple characters, I think it'd be a really cool combination. But we'll see. Have they said if they're gonna do like a full show for it? Or is it mostly just gonna be focused on the promo episode for the light novels? It is coming. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably watch that if they adapt the whole thing. They adapt it well.
うわー叫んでみようかなやっやっほーそうだな
Yahoo, brother.
なだ
Guns, yeah.
なんとか逃げ切れ
So much for that avalanche. Am I supposed to like get hit by the avalanche or something? But why? What time period is it set in? I'm not like overly familiar with it except the author. It's about the only piece of modern Fate I'm kind of interested in. I mean, I might watch and play all of it just because I'm a Fate freak, but It's the only thing that I actually have like even an ounce of hope for. Yeah, I didn't watch case files or anything either. Read them. Need to do that. Doubles attack. Really? You get weakness on all sorts of shit. But like, it also doubles my attack. I'm going to hopefully find enough fish to get that 60. And then equip that thing and hope it gives me resistances as well. We'll see if this defense issue is going to be an issue at all. I mean, wasn't this guy back in the first world, but he's like a raid boss?
なるほど。
その通りだ。
油断は禁物よ。あら、敵ですわね。スターフレア。
Oh, forgot the double XP again. I seem to do that a lot. I mean, I could refight him and just use it. Not that I need it, but it's just like so much off of a boss. It's not like he's super hard or anything.
よかった
騒ぐほどのことではありませんよ。
見事だ。
Very good.
これが最大。
何者？
どうだ士官候補生書。
そうか。
どうした？もっと嬉しそうにしたらどうだ。
いえ、十分嬉しいです。嘘だ。この時は別に。はい。そうだ。そうやって自分に嘘をついていた。
まあなんと言っても君はあのロニキス提督。
さすがロニキス提
知ってるか？
あいつそりゃそうだよ。提督の機嫌を損ねるのが。
やめろ。
So like random
この
goons who are
私は
talking shit
こんなとこ
in
ろでくすぶってる
earshot.
ような器じゃない。
Like
連
they
邦
would
軍
ever
の召
have.
喚こそがふさわしい男だ。
They just like
上の連中
like
は
a
私の
Yakuza
才
game where
能を恐れているんだ。
everything's as
自
blatant
分
and
の血
like
を脅かされるんじゃない
blunt
か
as
とね。
possible just to get the
君の
like that is like
ロニキス
melodramatic.
提
And
督
this
に
is just
よ
like,
ろしく言っておいてくれたまえよ。
like are these guys like the most unprofessional idiots?
僕がどこに行っても、何をするにしても、それとも、あの頃は。
Well, it's cute they're trying to do even an ounce of character work at the end of the game, but you only get to see one half.
逃げてちゃ何も変わらないわ。
逃げてちゃな。
クロード。
そうだな。僕は逃げてばっ。いや。これはさあ。
Oh, what the fuck? There's a bunch of chests we didn't get, dude. Great. Will they be worth it? Probably not. I mean, I'm not about to start my or stop my get all the chests that aren't in post game. I'm gonna stop that now. 'How do I start doing more than 99999? Maybe it's like a post game only thing. This machine gun, I'm like capping out, man.
意外に
弱か
弱かった
ったですわね。ちょっとなんだか強くなったみたい。
Just like multiple entrances here.
行くわよ。
Guess so. Pick your path and end up in the same spot. Yeah, I might even watch Prismalia just to watch them all eventually. And maybe next year I'll try to do a little bit more viewing of stuff. Pretty much super gung-ho on stream this year. I mean, I usually am. I just enjoy it. But it's like ultra gung-ho. Whenever I'm not working. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Sure, it's got something. RNG. It doesn't look like anything I like about Fate, but That might be alright, we'll see. It's got Bizarre. Guess I like that.
これなら勝てますわ。
弱かったな。
クラフトビーム。Right, yeah. That's really all you ever hear about that show. I could watch the cooking one too. I thought about playing the cooking game because I thought it'd be funny. But it's like actually expensive. I don't know what. I guess they're just trying to rip fans off. Like they know only fans are gonna ever buy the cooking game. They have a cooking anime too. What's this? Is this just supposed to be where I just was? It's just like the anime. Just cooking, I'd imagine. Oh, I don't doubt they're real. I just don't know if there's gonna be much there unless you actually like cooking. But I don't know, I might just do it just do all the Fate stuff, man. I gotta still play Still a Link, but can't rent it anymore, and it's way too pricey for what it is. I have very little interest in doing that anytime soon. It's super pricey. Two fish off of this one. I want it. I got no problem with Miso. I mean, I've got my critiques of Misos. I'm fine with them for what they are. You know what you're getting into with the Miso. No big problem with that. But yeah, I don't. For what it costs, even on sale, which is usually like still 20 bucks at least, I've got so many things I could be playing instead or buying. I don't have a lot of money, especially with all the car shit I got going on. It's very hard to justify. Something that I know I'm probably not gonna actually like much, because I didn't think Extella was very good, but it was interesting. So my money and my time is not quite worth it. The exploration banner, like up on the top left. I think they actually added that in, like new.
だと思う。
I mean, I have no problem with more dialogue in this game. It needs it. Problem is, it's like very weak dialogue that you almost don't even like notice. It's not really like strong stuff that has like a story or much character building or world building. It's just kind of peanut gallery type of shit. It's like, yeah,
行きましょ
it's not really super interesting shit.
ここが勇気の
う。嫌な雰囲気。びっくりした。
ナールさんにもらったルーンコードが光っ
もう驚かせ。
Yeah, they say that possibly to tell you where hidden shit is if you don't notice. Like they might do that more the higher friendship they have. I'm not quite certain on that. Not yet. Maybe this next year I'll get it started.
うーん。
なんとかなるさ。
Okay, luckily it didn't count as a back attack on my part. Oh yeah, they're just constantly chiming in. In another language you don't notice it as much either. It's just kind of like, since you're not reading it always, it's just kind of shit hitting my ears. Unless it's a very distinct sound or something, but...
よし。 よし。 よし。
とほほ。
うわ
Well, like I said, first off, I mean, you don't understand the language, so... In a way, it's almost... Not like music per se, but... You know... There's not as much to actually, like, think about or comprehend, right? It's not as distinct when you don't couple it with anything. I mean, like, this is annoying when he says the same move over and over. Because you start noticing the repetition, but... Yeah, I think it might be annoying. I mean, there could be something in there about annoying,
当然ですわね。
you know, VA quality possibly too in the dub. I haven't played Cold Steel, so couldn't speak on that front.
行くわよ。 よし。
Right, yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense for characters to really probably be doing a lot of that anyways.
油断は禁物よ。
Just this way for them to insert narrative characters' personalities in like every single scene, which is not necessary.
80点ってとこだな。
Yeah, I definitely think that's a big factor. You could definitely say like maybe just the sounds of the language, right? You know, there's some languages I find maybe more grating than other languages. Maybe like I said, the quality of the VAs and stuff. But I think the biggest part is probably not understanding the language. It kind of makes it a bit less distinct, more tolerable if it's really repetitive.
ねえクロード、
この石像って。
どうするのクロード？置いてみる？
じゃあ。なんだ。
Talk more than they have to. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, especially in Cold Steel. The amount of characters and the kind of style they're going for. Who knows? I think a lot of games nowadays are way too chatty. Stronger, more sense-making times to be talking. More important dialogue. Matters more than just raw amounts of dialogue. Like a God of War Ragnar's like, this never shut the fuck up. The Medium's a great example. It ruins the horror because it's just constant talking. I think there's this idea that like you're more attached to the story in some kind of capacity. There is more story, so that is better. Which is like constantly dialogue. I mean, having dialogue while the story's happening is not a problem. Or while gameplay's happening. The frequency can be a problem. I gotta do the double XP again. I could restart the fight. I don't think I will. At this point, I'd rather just kind of get moving.
提督、例のセクターシータの高エネルギー体。
そうか。
提督。
提督。ご子息のことは。
ベストを。
すみません。提督。
いや、君、クロードは、あんなに勇気のある子ではなかったんだがな。だから私も安心していたのに。むやみに勇気なんてあっても。
何をおっしゃってるんですか、提督。
そんなことはない。私はいつも怯えていたよ。世間に。
父さん。
Cool. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, in that instance, it's like the music's great, the aesthetics are nice in FF10. You've got pretty strong cutscenes and like momentum for what's going on in the story and good characterization. They do the meat of it when they need to. So they just let the music breathe, let the visuals breathe, let the exploration happen, and you enjoy those, right? They get the Uematsu music. You don't need somebody. You don't need the audio ducking every 2 seconds and people fucking yapping. It's a waste of good fucking audio visual quality.
そうか。
全てを捨てる勇気って。
全てを捨てる勇気か。正直言って僕にはよくわからないな。けどさ、
クロード。
これはさあ。
Sure, I mean, characters saying something after they get in the fight, it's not really too wild, right? what do you think about spoken spell names and shit, move names like this game? Every single time you press it, they say it. It's like a puzzle. Right. It becomes just like second nature to hear them. Like I said, they become less. It's almost like hearing something different language. They're less like distinct, like something you're supposed to be comprehended, and more just like just noise. I do think it gets annoying in some games. It can go overboard. It depends on the frequency. Yeah, Tales games are like the worst about it. This game's pretty bad about it, but I wouldn't know that much. I just use the same move. Fishing? Yeah, I'm pretty spammy at least. I'm literally using one of the first two moves you start with and just spam it. You can cancel into it too, so it's just like ultra spammy. Well, it is Tri-Ace, and a lot of the same talent that works on Trails, or Tails. I think the most spammy one I've played is, I don't know, Berseria. Or if it's a Rise, one of those probably. Yeah, Xenoblade 2 is pretty bad about it too. But you can just spam that shit in Berseria. It's more noticeable in Berseria because everything she says is insanely edgy. So it's like kind of funny. And Velvet's just fucking yelling like really hardcore edgy shit. Just every single time you press a button. So it's probably more annoying in like other games, but I remember it the most in Berseria for sure. Yeah, exactly. Definitely a difference of magnitudes. Yeah. Yeah, was it a Rise that has the cacophonous noise problem? Where everybody's shouting all of their moves at once? I think there was a way to lower the frequency. I don't remember exactly. Which one had it? Maybe it was a Rise one. Yeah, I think a Rise had the worst that I could remember. Berserias are more memorable because they're edgy, but like a Rise is like every single party member, all the sound effects just fucking slam in your eardrums at all times, dude. It's fucking unholy, man. Yeah, I used that one a lot. Yeah, fishing time, dude. Really? Nothing here is unique? A fucking dungeon, bro? Sheesh. Thing is, how am I gonna solve this puzzle without seeing the whole map? Hope you get lucky, intuition, I guess, and probably having to redo it.
行くわよ。
Symphonia is pretty spammy, but it's not quite as spammy. I still had to jump over to this. No idea. Might still be able to do it. Yeah, Demon Fang, that's like double Demon Fang, and
行くわよ。
Sonic Throw, double Sonic Throw. And, you know, this kind of keeps building up and shit. You're just like, oh god. I don't remember if the other party members say anything too in Symphonia while you're fighting. Probably. But I especially remember Lloyd just going on. Wow, holy rot. Something that was good like 10 fucking 20 hours ago. Monk? Oh, like FF14? There's a lot of Monk games. Yeah, that would be funny. Just saying it over and over. There's some pretty long names. Not super long in FF14, but they're long enough for sure. So let's get this one. Might be important. Anyway. You know, I'm thinking Klutsu. That this game actually. How long to beat is actually pretty accurate. We'll see. I think the first one's so different because of the sheer level of quality of life and how broken it is in this. Depends on if they have anything extra after this dungeon or if it's just straight to the final one. Monster Hunter should? Yeah, that'd be awesome, dude. All of your fucking allies can just spam shit. You could cancel out of them and start spamming them again. Chief Servant of the 10 Wise Men.
下手に動けば担当直入に言おう。
何？
断るって言うんならそれ
卑怯な。
こんなやつの言うこと。
誰が余計なおしゃべりを許さて
分かったよ。
ああ他のやつは後ろに下がれ。ついでに貴様の命ももらっていくとするか。
ありがとう。
Yeah, what the hell is her plan? She's like, hey, give me this and I'll let her go. Also her, she's like, hey, I'm just gonna fight you anyways? It's like, okay.
大丈夫か。
You got the double XP, dude.
気にするなって。
そうね。
Again.
さて、
何もないわね。
やっぱり。
何かが。
なんだ。深いな。冷たい。もう。
わ、
何？
怖がらないで。
How did I leave the times 2
心を
on
素直に
before?
私にできるのはここまで。
待ってくれ。父さんはいつもそうだ。僕は父さんの操り。僕は父さんの引き立て役じゃないんだ。わからない。なんだよ。
Jesus, man.
なんで僕は泣い
It's
てい
a,
るんだ。
I think it's a little too late to try to give this guy a backstory. I think 30 hours and possibly, for all I know, an hour before the end of the game is it's a little too late to start getting into a I'm not good enough arc and daddy issues. Might have had that be like a theme or something that he's proven throughout the whole thing. They kind of mention it occasionally, but
あれは僕だ。今の。
he's a pretty gung-ho good guy dude from Go. He just doesn't really seem to have a
なぜか温かい。
confidence issue.
でも、あれは。
大丈夫かい？
ええ、
これはセントラルシティ。
そうね。
Back to Centropolis. Okay. There's his sell prices. Most of these are pretty shit. Just get the health. I guess I could do Oracle, you get like items for that. Then again, who cares? Art. Look at the blackberries thing now. Level it up and get some berries. Yeah, I like the Astral Chain. Cool enough. Need one more for this thing, dude. One more fish. There's gotta be one fish somewhere, man.
はい。ただ、
そんなことはありませんよ。あなた方は確実に強くなる。
そんなことはないと。
なる市長、防衛軍の前奏。
そうか。たった今、クロードさんたちも4つのフィールドの力をすべ。はっ。そういえば、あなた方が会うのは初めて。
はじめまして。
こちらこそ初めまして。
よろしくお願いします。
それでは失礼します。
Nice to meet you, whoever the fuck you are. I'll never probably barely see again.
明日正午より、我々はフィーナルへの進行作戦を開始し
The fate of the universe,
明
baby.
日ですか？
Okay.
確かに急な話になりますが、
I'm really feeling the scale, man. The tension here. Wouldn't want the 10 wise men to take over the universe.
ねえねえ、ちょっ
何ですか。
あのさ、私エクスペルにいる親父に連絡。
それは。
何？ダメなわ。
いえ、実はエクスペルは。
何を言ってるんですの？わけがわかりませんわ。
We should have saved this conversation till after we saved the day.
もうどこにもないのです。
それじゃあ、僕。
はい、残念ですが。
そんな、ナールさん。
ですが、
望み。
ある手段を用いれば。
Oh, way, of course.
ナールさん、手段って。
I mean, is that a good thing, a bad thing? It doesn't have strong character writing though. It has some. It's in like the occasional rare skit with characters, and then very rarely you'll have actual side quests for some of them. Or they'll dip a little bit into the main story with some of them, but some of it's exclusive to the other main characters route.
空転移シー
Not
ルド
really
のシステ
route,
ム
but
を
just
応用して
lever.
消滅する直前のエクスペルを現在に転移させて
Space
くる
time
のです
displacement shield.
そんな
Time
ことが
travel.
ええ、理論上は
どういうことなの？
エクスペルを包むほどの巨大な時空転移シールドを展開するためにはエナジーネーデの全都市のエネルギーを全て使用しなければなりません。
But yeah, it's not really super strong. I mean, there's some stuff there. You get who each character kind of is. They have some fun little quirks here and there, but they're pretty basic when it comes to depth. And I mean, they introduced some of these party members at the last minute. Like, I've had this journalist lady for an hour or two. And we've gotten like 2 little skits with her. I mean, she's already head over heels like every chick is for the main character, of course. But despite them never speaking to each other for more than like 10 lines of dialogue.
それじゃあ
And it's not like a quirk funny one. She
リ
just
ーナルを取り戻
is.
せば。
そうすれば
はい、そうです。
There's also a bunch of characters you can't get if you get other characters, and a bunch of characters you can only get if you are using the chick as the main character. And you only have 8 slots, so you can't get everybody anyways. There's no reason to think you shouldn't say yes to everyone, because you'd imagine they'd just wait at the tavern if you wanted to swap them out. Because it's not like there's even character swapping in battles anyways. But
とにかく今晩はゆっくりと休んでください。
yeah, that seems to be a thing with the series. Problem is, it makes their what they chip into in the main story even less than like a solid actual side like party member. So they really are just kind of like flavor tag-alongs. But the thing is, it's not like a CRPG where there's like, you know, still a fair amount of dialogue or content, or it's really focused on just party composition shit. Like, it doesn't... I mean, I guess there's CRPGs with like weak characters, but in something like Baldur's Gate 2, it's more like they are just flavor. This, I feel like, really needs it. Like, it needs some stronger characters, right? Like, just having like semi-flavor party members is not really to the game's advantage. Right, yeah. Well, I had to turn down the last one so I could get this chick. I knew she was coming from... Because I looked up the characters I missed. I saw the ones coming. The entire universe. I need to go take a piss and get another drink.
ネーデ防衛軍のメンバーはすでに
わかりました。
ついに
皆さん揃いましたね。
This music,
それでは行きましょ
we're
う。
preparing for the battle that'll decide the fate of the universe, and I'm getting the generic town theme. I feel like they ran out of money once you get to this planet, dude. Not quite Tales of Arise levels of like we ran out of money when you got to the space place, but like that you get to this place and like audio's all the same. And this is not... I mean, it's cool in something like where it's about having bazillions of party members and you just kind of like pick out your favorite flavor character, but there's still like a strong story and main characters. And like, it's like, you know, like there's the old RPGs or even like some Dragon Quest games where you like make your own party, or like FF1 where it's like you just hire people, right? You don't expect a story with them. They are just gameplay. So like that can be okay. But this, I don't think it's trying to kind of get both. But it doesn't get either because of it. Anyways, I'll be right back, sorry. Yeah, I should really play through Chrono Cross. I've played through like 2/3 of it when I was in high school, but I barely remember any of it. Other than I like the music, the atmosphere. Probably play that myself here at some point. I don't remember much of it. City and Miramasa and shit like that. Yeah, I'm sure it's weird that Chrono Cross would decide to do that when Chrono Trigger, some of its biggest strengths was like solid side characters that got like significant content dedicated to them you could do. Yeah. Well, we will see when I get there.
10賢者たちの居城であるフィーナルは現在はエネルギーフィールドに守られていて
This music's
サイナード
playing
では
here.
侵入することはできません
I feel like you can really, like I said, start feeling like
10賢者たちに
the
使用されている
budget and like kind of lack of cohesion and vision on some of it.
今では使用できなくなっています
Like between like the kinds of activities you're doing, the character work coming in at a weird time, the breakability of the game, like the music choice, even just the momentum of the story. It just, like I said, it almost feels like it is like a really old school one. Like a DQ to 1 or to 3 or like a 3 or something. But like it's in 1998, not back when DQ1 came out. But it tries to have a bunch of story. Like it has that kind of like pacing of almost something, or like lack of like give a shit, where you'd think it'd just be really gameplay focused and it's just got a threadbare story to kind of facilitate that, but really the gameplay is not all that good. The exploration's not really all that interesting or fun, especially now where they just tell you where to go and everything. And there's no sense of like travel or anything like that. So it's like there's not really like a cool progression because it is so breakable. I mean, you could choose not to, but then you're also not playing with the systems, and even that wouldn't change much for me. It's not like any of the fights are terrible. Yeah, I loved Live Alive. That was awesome. I love that game. Holds up really well. It's really cool. I like it better than the Octopaths and shit, which they're inspired by. Oh, I'd recommend it. Absolutely. It takes a fat dump on this game. This has been okay enough. I mean, I'm finding myself a bit bored in the end here, but I don't like hate it. I don't think I'll play any other Star Oceans anytime soon. But Live Alive, definitely I'd play it. And I'd play the new version too. It makes some actual cool upgrades that I think really improve some chapters really well. And it's not like super long either. I mean, you're not going to be playing it for like hundreds of hours, so you can fit it in. You can also play it, you know, by episode. It's like 8 different people or whatever with their own stories. And then an actual story after that. You can kind of get going on more than Octopath had, which is really funny, man. I just found that really funny. Like, it actually has like a thing that ties stuff together in some capacity. Octopath didn't. I haven't played a Saga yet. But no, Live Alive's great. And that it came out on the SNES and still is more creative than a lot of JRPGs is pretty impressive. Yeah, no, I see some people talk about Saga, but it's kind of in the Star Ocean camp for me, where it's got its fans. You hear some words about it, you see new entries coming out, Square's shitting out remakes and stuff, but it's like, it just never has that momentum. Like kind of makes me think they're probably just okay. But then again, I mean, there's some really good games that don't have people talking about them. That doesn't really mean anything. But it's just the word around town kind of feel. I'm gonna play them maybe at some point, but I'm not in a rush. JRPGs are really competitive for me. I've got a lot of JRPGs to play, and I've played a lot of JRPGs. They're just longer. The golden years for JRPGs from, you know, SNES to PS2 era, even NES and shit. And then there's your ones that have still come out since then. It's just huge. And the time investment.
じゃあどうやって行くんです？
ネーデ防衛軍の調査の結果、フィールドは海面から100メートルほどの深さまでしか張られていないことが分かりました。
でも
そのために我々はラクアに来たのです。
ヘラッシュ？
サイナードのような紋章生物です。
That game specifically? Gotcha.
これがヘラ？
そうです。これが深海探査紋章。
Like it has a whole story beat here talking about how we're gonna get under there and, you know, showing us this and that. And we do have to go back and talk to this guy and kind of set up the next bit. It's just done like with the wrong music. There's barely anybody here. The gravity, who the enemies are, I feel like really isn't like established like super well. I mean, they're just bad guys that have been in prison. I guess they've established it, but like we haven't seen them again or anything. Like there's just like it'll hit some of the beats. Maybe they're not interesting beats, but but then it just doesn't really like flush them out. I guess it doesn't help that there's not that much great character shit going on to carry, but just whatever, man. What? That was it? We didn't even have a scene where we're like went under and they're like, oh, what the hell, we're underwater, and like a fight. Yeah, man, the budget ran out at the end of this game probably, man. I mean, I'm fine with wacky if it's like interesting. It's just that this is like relatively simple, especially before this part of the game, because it's just an isekai in like a generic fantasy world, right? There's nothing really crazy about it. It's literally just, hey, there's a weird thing that hit the earth, and it might be spawning the monsters. Make your way there, and it's like, that's fine. A simple story about getting somewhere is fine. The problem is, like, that's usually because there's character work, there's world building, you know, the episodes you run into. Even in Dragon Quest, you run into random episodes of things to do, and most of them from 3 and on your way to the fucking big bad, right? It's just like, this just doesn't really have that. Like, you do some things, but it'll just like hyper fixate on like Dios or like just random little things. So they're not like these big interesting episodes that do much. They're just like, it'll just kind of like, oh, we're having like a tournament arc for Dios and shit, and it's like, you know, okay. I mean, the story picks up a little bit when you have like a bit more purpose, like we're gonna make the super weapon, and then it's like once that's done, it just doesn't really like matter after that because they just get wrecked. And, I mean, it's like, it could be okay. Like I said, it just needs more characters or more time to bake, or maybe these characters need to not be fucking optional. I don't know. Oh, really? Yeah. To me, it feels more like, well, one, they probably just didn't have it all figured out, right? Which, whatever. That's not like a huge deal. I mean, it is a big deal, but it's, you know, it's like, I get it, right? I mean, this is like their second. I mean, they probably made stuff before this. It's not like they were all fresh out of the fucking kitchen, but second game is this company. But like, it also has that like, maybe they ran out of budget kind of feel too. So I'm kind of distracted. But yeah, it's just like, you know, like it's a sci-fi game with like just like sci-fi in the last like fifth, and the first 4/5 are just kind of like, you know, a generic like. No, the Isekai's not even a big deal, but just kind of a generic JRPG with not much character work and not really that many exciting events and not really that great of exploration. And like maybe the battle system's okay, but because you can break it open, you don't really, you know, if you choose to do that, you don't really get to even mess with any of that. And it's like, but there's games before it, like a lot of them that do like way better on all of those fronts and put them all together in a story or like, you know, atmosphere that's still pretty good. And so it's like when you get to this place and it's just like, here's 4 dungeons, here's some exposition, here's like a really last minute attempt at like a little character work, and then they just shit you, you know, within like 3 hours through the whole thing. It's just like, you feel like you're kind of maybe building to like a cool sci-fi contrast. In that sense, honestly, Sea of Stars probably had a better like sci-fi contrast, and I had problems with that one too, man. But I mean, the way they went from one world to another, it was much more distinct. Music, atmosphere, and all that, and it was very similar in structure. Probably not. Most people really like Sea of Stars. I think you should try Sea of Stars. You probably would like it. I did not like it that much. It was okay, I would say at best. I like 100%ed it, so like I clearly didn't hate playing it. But I really didn't like the story. The characters just don't exist, and the only one that really does I find to be really annoying. It's like saccharine. It's sickly sweet. I'm like overdose on happy good feels with this one character, and he's pretty much the main character of the game, even though he's not. It's a great looking game, great pacing of areas. Every new zone, every new hour, there's like a new zone, and it looks really nice. And I respect it. It's, you know, it's like a team of like 50 people, and there's definitely some passion, vision behind it, but the combat just gets really old. It's super easy to break by the end of it, but it's also really slow and kind of boring. Once you've played about 5 hours, if you don't like the combat and you're really worried about the combat, like you need it to be good, just quit. Because it doesn't change after about 5 to 10 hours. I like action timing combat like a Paper Mario. I don't think it's as bad as like Yick, where it takes like 10 years to get an attack off, but like it still takes a bit longer than I'd like, and it's always the same. Every character has like 4 moves total, and one of them is their super move. Like, that's the game. You have 3 moves a character, and you have like a standard party. So like, it's very simple. And you can break... the final boss attacked 1 time for me. Like, it was like that easy to like break. It doesn't even take like a rocket scientist to figure it out. There's not, like I said, there's only like a few moves in the game, so it's... Which would be fine if the story was good. But the story is just so nothing. The exploration's okay within the dungeons, but it is pretty much a linear game. It opens up at the very last like minute, and there's a few cool overworld things to do. It's probably better than this on that front, but it's so weak on that. It's just so weak up to that. It's so linear. I found it super boring. I think you might like it. A lot of people do. I played Chained Echoes after it, and I liked that better. I liked Chained Echoes. I thought that was good. It had issues with, you know, English second language, kind of like stilted dialogue, sadly, and kind of an arbitrary, superfluous kind of amount of systems. I think it could have cut some fat off, but I liked that one. Out of the two big JRPG indies from the West in the last 2 years. Sea of Stars though, yeah, I don't know. You might like it. I would say it's worth giving a shot if you like Game Pass. It's not really like, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, it's trying to be like Chrono Trigger. That is their inspiration straight up. Yasunori Mitsuda does some of the music for it. Not much, but he does some of it. The music's not as good in that game. I find a lot of it to be grating, especially by the end. There's a lot of like kind of whiny synth solos and shit that get really samey by their in-house composer, but yeah, it's just, like I said, I 100%ed it. I didn't like hate it. I think it has strong moments in art, but by the end I was just like, I was happy to be done. It was mostly kind of boring. And yeah, you can sit there and compare it to Chrono Trigger really easily, which doesn't help its case, because I don't think it gets much of what Chrono Trigger got right. like it's got some of the feel, but like Chrono Trigger has good side content. Sea of Stars doesn't. Chrono Trigger has cool side characters. Sea of Stars doesn't. Chrono Trigger has lots of different like exploration where you have to figure out where to go. Sea of Stars doesn't. Chrono Trigger has lots of different like worlds and environments and stuff. So does Sea of Stars, but you only got 2 maps, and the last one only comes in the last like 20% of the game. In that sense, it's not as freeform exploration, and you're not like dipping into these extreme areas as much as like Chrono Trigger and shit. It doesn't have to be Chrono Trigger. I think it's distinct from Chrono Trigger, but if you're getting into it because you want it to be Chrono Trigger, it isn't, despite its inspirations. I respect it. I respect the creators. I'm not saying I'm not. I just, yeah. I respect Chained Echoes, man. That was maybe like one person. That was pretty fucking wild, man. Yick. Yick's just a fucking shitpost game. Well, not really. I think it's earnest, but Yick's been like almost remade a bunch of times at this point. Even the version I played was updated and changed extensively. Yick is pretentious, overwritten, boring as fuck, funny, drawn out. It's different. It's like, it's not Earthbound. It's not, but it's like, it is kind of modern day RPG. It's not like Scott Pilgrim Angst. It's like Starbucks hipster contrarian. It's like, it's not good. I expected it to be a little bit more funny than it was, but really for the 20-30 hour runtime, it was just kind of dull. It's interesting. I mean, if you're like play shit out of morbid curiosity like I do, it's worth it, but I would not ever recommend it because it's worth playing because it's good or something. I don't know. The game shitposts sometimes about people not liking the first game they made. I think there's some chip on the shoulder there, but I don't know. I don't think it's a self-insert. You're not even really supposed to like Alex that much. I don't know what it's hard to tell what's intentional sometimes and what's like ironic or sarcastic or whatnot. That's kind of why it's some people take it earnestly when I feel like they probably shouldn't. And it's just not really that well written. The game literally opens up in the menu with an option to turn off inner monologues, which is like a huge amount of the script. Like, can you imagine a game that writes that much dialogue and gives you an option right on the front to turn it off? You gotta imagine fundamentally it's probably got a fuck story then, right? Like, it's not like just, oh, turn the story off and just have it be exploration. It's like, no, turn off all of his inner monologues because he just fucking talks so much. It's like, it's somehow like, or it's like reduced, I think. It's like that weak that like they're willing to let you turn it off, right? And it's like, that should just kind of tell you what kind of game you're getting. I left him on, of course, but that's why I'm playing the fucking thing. But yeah, man, I don't know. I definitely don't play Yuck. Sea of Stars, I honestly think you personally might like Sea of Stars. If you like action command combat like Paper Mario, it's not as good. And the game has no depth, except on how to break it. But you might like the tone. And I do think the pace was good. I liked it a lot in the first 10-15 hours. It really like hit the wall. Oh, Bug Fables is sick. You should play that. That's way better, in my opinion. Well, it looks like we've missed a few special spots, but I think we are at the end then. Gonna be a dungeon?
変ね。確かに変じゃな。どういうことですか？
こういうことだよ。
何？
Yeah, Bug Fables is good. It's got a cool story. I like the lore. It's Paper Mario, but like, yeah, they refine it a little bit and make it a bit more difficult. It's not as like, well, on hard mode at least, it's definitely not as comfy, and it can be a bit tedious because you have to rely on items a lot, and making those is kind of tough, but there is a lot of depth to the badge system and the gameplay, and you can make strategies, and it's good. That's a great game. Definitely play Bug Fables. I don't like it as much as like Thousand Year Door or anything, but I do think it's good. It's a good Western RPG. Our plan is just about reach its final stage. Is he gonna show us what his plan is?
さらに我々そんなバカな銀河連邦が
残念だが銀河連邦の陽電子砲ごときではこのエナジーネーデを包むシールドに傷をつけることすら
Yeah, there's a lot of noticeable views here.
我々の汎用手法は奴らの防御シールドを紙のように貫くことができる
Yeah, Thousand Year Door still has room for depth with like more riskier badge options, but it's also just got really solid writing. It's like a funny game. It's paced well. There's some cool like creative like levels and stuff, and fun to explore. Characters that actually have like stories and arcs and shit. Yeah, still the audio side of things is good. Bug Fables has solid art design and good variety. It's not quite on the same level. I don't think the writing's as good. I do think the depth of gameplay, you could argue, is better if that's what you're into. But it's like, it's just like, it's not like huge degrees worse or anything. It's just that Thousand Year Door, in my opinion, is just that good. Not that Bug Fables is anything other than good still.
Nani?
そんな
カルナス？
僕の
ちょうど手頃な的が上にあったんでな。これから
なんだって。
まずはやれ。
They're just floating around, they have no idea what's happening. These are the most incompetent people, dude.
エネルギー量が増加していきます。
そんな演習加速反応。
Are you trying to tell me this gigantic mass of death energy is actually
内部に何かが存在するのかもしれませ
not
ん。
naturally occurring?
全通信回線開け。可能な限りの通信言語で友好の意思を伝えてみろ。同時に万が一に備え後部防御シールドを全開にしておけ。
了解。
さらに目標の演習加速反応増大中。
Yeah, Perfect Guard's a good one.
ダメです。依然沈黙を守っています。
後部防御シールド出力最大。全員対ショック用意。
後部防御シールド出力 72% に低下。
ほう。出力を上げろ。さて、それでは。
やめろ。
さらに目標の演習加速反応増
Maybe
大
they
中。
should leave.
先ほどの砲撃よりもエネルギー量が上昇しています。今度はクラス 0.4 のエネルギーです。
すべてのエネルギーを後部シールドに回せ。急
I
げ。
guess they gotta put all their energy to shields.
後部シールド出力 22% に低下。次は耐えられません。
こちらも陽電子砲で応戦しろ。
あの巨大なエネルギー体のどこを攻撃するというんですか。
先ほどの2発の砲撃からコンピューターで発射地点を計算しろ。計算終了次第反撃を行う。
わかりました。計算終了。座標2415-3325-1414陽電子砲照準合わせます。
よし撃て。
無駄なことを。
出力を。
お願いだ。
さらばだ。
やめろ。
Why is he just sitting here?
どうだ聞いたか。
陽電子砲効
He's
果が
just
確認でき
asking
ま
them
せん。
nicely.
演習加速反応。
He kills things all the time,
クラ
24/7.
ス 0.7 です。
なんてことだ。
This is JRPG, yeah. They're too far away, he can't reach them with his teleporting back stuff.
全員
威勢だけはいいな。
頭に血が上っていては勝てる戦い。
ガブリエル様。
ザフィケル、手加減。
何。
4つのフィールドで何をこそこそとやっていたのかは知らないが。
やめろ。
囲まれたか。
上等だよ。
そう簡単に
今すぐやってみせ。
なんだ
Yeah.
こいつら
Are we gonna have to fight all the wise men, or are they gonna combine themselves or something?
まあまあだね。
かしら。よかった。なんだか強くなったみたい。
おお、
何？勝つ。なん
We're
と
just
な。
gonna have the same fight over and over, dude.
怪我はない。こんなもんだね。
But the second one was worth it. They're all dead.
ダメじゃ。
覚悟しろ。どうす。
面白い。
油断するなよ。
We're gonna have another unhurtable fucking boss, dude. After all that. This game has so many unwinnable fights, man. And you lose your fucking formation shit because of this too.
ってことを。
Which is pretty lame.
後が残ったらどうしてくれますの？
Am I supposed to survive long enough?
話にならんな。
なんだよ。
正直な話。ここ。
いかん。撤退しましょう。ひとまず撤。
愚かな。逃げられると思っているのか。
ここは私に任せな。
そんなマリアナさん。
Yeah, overdoing it. Like, I like how Trails does it. Where like you can win fights and there's like things that'll happen if you do. So there's like a cool bit of optional challenge. But like powering up for like an entire arc here and then just another unwinnable fight. You're just like, alright, dude. There's 10 of them. How many do I need to fucking like guarantee lose against?
今は引け。仕方ないんだよ。このままじゃ勝つ。
Well, like I said, I like Trails because even unwinnable fights you can kind of win. I mean, I think it can be fine. It's just a, I mean, so it's not just in cutscenes, it's to show that you just get annihilated anyways. The problem is there's a lot of distance there. Like I'm almost max level. Like obviously we're more strong than him. You're coming off of the high, like, you know, optimizing all your shit. Then it's like, oh great, so he's gonna kill me, and then you got to see the character again over and over. And I think it's, I don't think it's just bad. I think it's overdoing it. Having fights you win and then you lose in the cutscene after, shit like that. I think that's probably more shitty. Like at least if you just lose in the fight, it feels like, you know, you actually, I guess, are like outmatched, but it's kind of like, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying that, like, it lets you win fights that generally are supposed to be unwinnable a lot of the time, which is kind of cool. So if you do go through a lot of effort to juice up, you know, you can kind of have fun with that. I would rather lose in a fight and not be able to hurt anyone than lose in a cutscene after I beat a boss. Like, it's nothing more dissonant than like destroying a boss in like 2 hits, and then in the cutscene after they're like, that was hard fought, and then you get like one shot by them or something. Xenoblade 3 had a lot of that. You're just like, okay, dude, like that's really stupid, right? Because then you've got your immersion gameplay contradicting what actually is going on in the story. At least this like fits. I'm just fucking tired in this game of having so many unwinnable fights. I'm getting excited to get no boss. I'm using items, right? There's 10 of them. We just did a power up, and it's like I'm still, you know, in the plot, like we're still, these badass Chuny fucking villains are still too strong, right? It's like, okay, dude, it's tired, right? It's not that I hate the idea of it. It's just kind of like, all right, let's get it going, you know? Tevi has it bad. Unwinnable fights or fights where you win and then you don't win in the cutscene? Gotcha, man. Well, I mean, that's one thing. If there's like dialogue or they give you a reward because of it. Because I mean, in like Crossbell 2, there's a fight where they do that, but like you can still power through and win. But it's like an insanely hard fight. I didn't beat it. You win and do not do not win. Awesome. Yeah, that stuff's shitty. Yeah. I guess to reiterate, did you sleep well last night? We didn't even like have to escape. We just are here. So yeah. Anyways, the I think unwinnable fights are fine. I think don't do them too much, and they better be worth it. Winnable fights that you immediately lose in the story after are shit. That's lower on the totem pole. What, QTE fights are below that? I don't know what the hierarchy is, but Mass Effect 3 had the worst of that shit that I can remember. I don't remember a lot of the bosses in Mass Effect 3, but yeah, I don't doubt it. Xenoblade was pretty bad. Xenoblade 3, if I remember right. There's a lot of chit-chatting during high action moments where we're supposed to be escaping, fights you win but then you lose, and then like just ad nauseum. We lost the first match. You gave it a good fight. They took 0 damage.
確かにそうなのでしょう。しかし、
武器。
はい。本来ならば。
それはどういう。
封印されている紋章兵器研究所にあなた方を連れて行きます。
What the fuck? Normally we would never use the weapons I have in mind. Isn't the universe at stake right now? Why wouldn't you be pulling out all the stuff?
紋章兵器研究。
話はついてからすることにしましょうか。そしてもう一つ、私たちが不安に。
Yeah, I like that. Right, like it's pretty much unwinnable, but it can be winnable in a new game plus. Crosscode has that sometimes, where you can like annihilate them the next time through, and it's like the dialogue changes, like aware, you know, kind of jokes like that.
何ですか？
十賢者に奪われた。
奪われた。
はい。クオドラティックスフィア。あなた方。
何なんですの？その紋章は。
あれは究極の紋章。最悪最後の紋章なのです。その効果は宇宙そのものの崩壊。
Right, yeah. Well, in Crosscode, the one I'm thinking of, it doesn't have much weight to it. It's just kind of like a.
ネーデでは絶対に使われることのない
like hinge on it.
一部のものしか知らない紋章です。
そんな 宙の方？
十賢者の目的は？
彼らの考えていることはもはや理解できません。
でもそんな紋章を彼らが知っているのなら、彼らを。
とりあえずあなた方は十賢者を倒すこと。
わかりました。
ではあなた方は一足先にアームロックに行ってください。私はもう少し
Still going, dude. How many times did the wise men need to spank me, man? Really? That's my thing. I was like, I'm more than ready for that to be the last dungeon, man. I mean, it still might be, but that'd be the end. Like, we just went through the go get 4 MacGuffins to become super strong. It's like, let's hope this filler arc here is actually worth the shit.
やあプリシス、相変わらず元気だな。
そりゃさ、でもさ、ナルさんはなんとかなるって言ってたでしょ。だったらそれを信じるしかないじゃん。私がここでうじうじしてたって。
But they could bring him back, buddy.
強いんだな。
I mean, she'd be chipper enough.
そうかな。私はみんなのムードメーカーなんだしさ。私だけでも元気でいないとね。
無理はするなよ。
無理？大丈夫だよ。本当だよ。あんなバカ親父なんてさ、殺したって死なないだろうし、生きてたって変なもの作って人に迷惑をかける。
Give her a hug.
クロード、なに
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Kenny's daddy. Mr. Kenny.
泣きたい時には
クロード。
俺の胸でよかったら。
いや恥ずかしい。
うるさいな。
でもサンキュー、クロード。ありがとう、クロード。
やっぱプリシスはそうやって笑っているの。いや
クロード。
バカ。そっ
か。
Baka.
ちょっと残念。あ、そうだ。
バカ。
Okay.
Mm. すみません。
いえ、
封印の扉
では。
Yeah, the sealed door. They said the place was sealed, man. How much more fucking babble do I need for it? D&D. Just because you're permadead or something? Oh my god. Whew.
Leon.
Oh, you're right, Somner. Yeah, I would agree. If anything, it just feels really cool to have something where you think it's unwinnable, but there's like a cute little Easter egg or bonus or, you know, option, right? You think something's insurmountable, but cleverness or just, yeah, avoiding it can kind of do something. Those are sometimes the best situations. It's like I was talking about like trails, you know, it's like it's really cool when you can do that kind of stuff. Feels really good. Even if it's just a little bit of acknowledgement. Yeah, it could be hard, I'm sure.
Ah, お兄ちゃん、
I still gotta do Lufia too.
ずいぶん遠くまで
It's
来
an
たんだ
infinite list. Not the way I talk, you look like I haven't played any JRPGs. Yeah, for sure. I thought, yeah, I think it'd be cool if like I could kind of do a little bit of damage and then, like, I don't know, I guess you could just put out a spell that wipes you, but then you feel like you're actually fighting and then you're not. Honestly, if they're gonna just have him be invincible and you have to just wait for him to one-shot everybody, I'd rather just lose in a cutscene at that point. Because there wasn't even a point being in the fight in the first place, especially when I'm buffing.
違うよ。
ムキになるなって。
そうなの？
誰だってそうじゃないのか？
そうか。ホームシックになるのは子供だけかと思って。
そうだな。大人は顔に出さ。
うん。ちょっと安心したよ。
Right, yeah, they make a story explanation for it, which is more than some games do. Sometimes it's just like, oh, their power level's just that good, like you deal no damage or something. Like, it's just like they couldn't think of anything more clever to, like, you know, make the person, still feel like an insurmountable kind of wall without just resorting to the 0 damage kind of thing. Right, Somner, exactly. I think for me in this case it's more than just the fight. It's like I'm kind of getting there on the game. I'm like, alright, you know. Felt like we were building up to it, starting to get a little bit more bored with it. I think it's, you know, the story's clearly not gonna go anywhere. The gameplay's clearly not gonna be changing at all. Like we kinda know what's up. You know, we're just kinda moving towards the end, so then it's like, oh, here's the 50th guy, you know, he's gonna taunt us in trope mode, and he's unkillable again, and it's like, alright, you know, it just kind of keeps... Like I said, I feel like this needed to be longer with, like, better story, but, like, it didn't do it when it needed to consistently enough, so, like, I don't need another filler arc right now, right? It feels like, you know, we just fought them, and then we're just back here. You know, the stakes feel no different. I mean, I guess his dad is fake dead or whatever, but maybe he's really dead, but like, unless this is really gonna explain what's the hidden lore with the wise men beyond just being evil and all sorts of shit, which it's like, then you ask yourself, why don't just do this first? Why not have the wise men blow some crazy shit up and you're like, okay, we'll pull out the big guns, this is forbidden knowledge. Why have me go all the way there, get on the big whale and all that, and then just go right back? It just feels like kind of a de-escalation. Might as well just make it more typical JRPG and you just build up to the finale. I mean, his dad's probably not dead. But, you know, maybe they'll do one ballsy thing, right? Maybe they'll kill the character from the first game. Cool, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm not overly familiar with the tabletop nuance, but it's cool to try to work in
ここは
options. I think that's the strength of tabletop gameplay. How flexible it is and creativity and the kind of immersion and fun that comes from that, right? Because you don't have to create assets or anything like that. You can just kind of, you just speak. You just do something different. You just plan something else out. Oh really? I forgot about that with the duties. Oh yeah, the solo duties, yeah. You select those for the unwinnable battles. He gets the echo too. That's fun. I didn't know that. Yeah, I've never had to use one of those. I'll be right back. It's really hot. Yeah, that sounds fun. I haven't ran through New Game Plus. I felt the need, but yeah, that'd be a fun way to mix it up, see how strong or weak they make the enemies.
ここは
紋章兵器研
研究所。
私は先に行っていましょう。レナさん。
はい。
いや。
どうしたのかしら。変ですわね。
不思議な感じのする場所だな。
Oh yeah.
私。
え？
ごめんなさい。変な
It's
こと言っ
cute
ちゃ
they
っ
do that.
とにかく。
She's actually from 3.7 billion years ago. Like, wasn't she sent here when she was like 2 or 3? I mean, unless she's been instilled with the memories of the whole race, it's like 4 runners. Oh god, let's not bring them up. Yeah, I don't see why they don't let you use Blue Mage. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? If the boss is just set up to not be one-shot or anything, I mean... Unless they're like perfectly scripted and the stuns would be a problem, but I feel like you could just go through and program them with a couple parameters, right? Oh well. That would be a cool way to play New Game Plus, yeah. Really, there's a chest miles away. Oh my god. This has the aura of we need to squeeze 50 hours out of our game to make it sell kind of JRPG. Even though they don't have enough going on there. That was the thing back then a little bit. Where there was like just enough It's not too bad actually. What did I just get? Some moon something? Maybe it's at the top. Moonlight, yeah. Would I rather have the double mana? She could spam heals. Probably. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I have items at the fucking wazoo. I mean, it's still a thing nowadays where people judge shit based on how many hours they can get out of it and stuff. But I feel like there was a point in time back then that I saw it a lot more, people talk about it a lot more. Maybe it's because there were so many JRPGs back then. You would judge things sometimes a bit more on like criteria like hours and stuff like that. Like now with indies and like the price ranges and experiences, you know, that are like 2 hours long, you don't hear it as much. But I would not be surprised if like legitimate like padding to kind of round out like game time with some of these old RPGs was kind of a thing. I would blame this one more on like lack of vision and like budget problems probably back then. I think this is just a poorly thought out extra arc here. Really could have came at a different time with a different kind of pace.
この部屋は
ここはすべての記録。
記録？
この研究所が建てられてから崩壊することになるまでの全記
What are
録
the
が
bad guys even doing
デ
right
ータと
now?
なって保存。
記録の間。
最初からご覧になる必要はありません。最後だ。
最後って
そうです。そこに。
私。
Trying to, I mean, it's like I respect it a bit, like they're trying to build out the lore on who the wise men were and this civilization a bit, but it's like that was for when we were doing the 4 dungeons and shit, man. And that was when we first got here. Instead of immediately exposition dumping me, just let me discover some shit and figure out what this alien world's all about. You know, like just like actual pacing and like, you know, it's like you don't just give me expo dump 4 dungeons with like 2 seconds of character building that should have came way before, so it's meaningless now. Take me to the final fight and then tell me you want to give me some lore. It's just like, it just doesn't work. It's not very effective enough. Like I'm already like checked out. Like we were at the final dungeon. I'm like, oh yeah, we're about done now. It's like, okay, we're still here, dude. The fucking unkillable man. Like I hope this is really interesting because I think we've seen the game at this point. We've seen what's going on.
外部とは完全に遮断されました。所長、早くシェルターに。無駄よ。あのクリエーションエネルギー装置の暴走によるエネルギーは。
I forgot that we'd even care about her storyline because so much of her backstory and stuff is like, I feel like on her route. I shouldn't even call it a route, that's giving them too much credit, but on her version, that I just figured they wouldn't even touch on who her mother was and father.
そんな。でも、外は大丈夫。実験中の時空転移シールド、エタニティフィールドの二重防御によって守られる。爆発時の膨大なエネルギー量は別の空間と相転移する。でも我々には時間。分かってるわ。私たちはもう終わりよ。それより試し。何ですか？私が研究中のやつよ。お嬢さん。時間がないわ。早く。はい。レナ。
It seems older than 2.
どうしたのレナ？大丈夫よ。ですが所長、現在研究中のも。でも、このままではこの子は死んでしまうわ。わかりました。ごめんね。もうママからの少し早い誕生日プレゼントよ。レナ。所長、あと1分しか。わかってるわ。研究データベースへのアクセスコードは3248-9976-2168-9。
Well, we have
これが研究所崩壊時の前
所長さんのお嬢さんの
紋章兵器研究所所長リーマの娘。
私、
レナ。
記憶にあるというわけではあります。
そうですか。
この事故はいつ
お知らせするのは辛いのですが、7億年前の出来事です。
7億年？
爆発時のエネルギーが時空転移シールドに吸収されたことはわかりますね。レナさんが入れられた。
そんな技術が7億。
レナさんの入った箱は時空転移シールドにエネルギーとともに飲み込まれ破壊されるし。
そして、
ええ、おそらくは。
She's 700 million years old. The oldest wife ever.
私の
そうです。
なんか時間湧かないし大丈夫、別に。
I mean, that's fine, right? I mean, same hair color. Or do you mean her new mother? Well, that was the bait, so that you don't immediately expect it.
レナ。
But I mean, they reveal it within like 30 minutes, so. Your ears are round too, I
デ
think.
ータベースへのアクセスコードがわかりました。
That is short.
これを調べて。
Well, what about her father? Who's that? I hope it was one of the wise men.
レナ。
行け。
Oh, dude. Yeah, boys don't matter. Unless it's fucking CC Kenny, man. Man, did I really gotta walk it back all the way over here, dude? This winding pathway. Like I said, I don't say padded often because I think it's usually not real and overstated for some of these. But it does, like I said, it does exist a bit. Some of this feels kind of like, Okay, I guess it's, I mean, yeah, she's gonna walk pretty far away. But they could have just, like, had him run after her in a cutscene and then warp over here. Like, we're walking for, like, a solid, like, 2 minutes. But... I don't know, I'm just being more impatient about it because that was a pretty wacky section we had before this.
レナは
I mean, at least they showed her mother. At least they actually answered it. I just assumed. I forgot about it. I forgot what her goal even was. That tells you how interesting the character shit's been. I mean, it's not like it's super duper effective or anything. It's just like should have came at a different time at least. But
レナ。
ごめんね、突然。ここね、なんとなく記憶にはないんだけど、風の匂い。この木は1000年かな。私は7億この木よりも。
レナ。
クロード。私はお母さんはずっとお母さんは
僕の母さんも結婚する母さんはそれからすぐに科学者としての道に戻ったんだ。紋章だけど僕を放っておくことはなかった。どっちも大切でどっちも一緒。レナのお母さんもそうだったと思うよ。それがレナのお母さんの。無理しなくていいよ。僕だって辛い時は辛い。レナ。
ここはなんだか
the romance moment near the end of the game.
好きなのも。
It'd be cool if I felt shit about these characters or what was going on then. I mean, at least they've like kind of built the romance. I mean,
もう大丈夫かい？
in like the most tropey way possible. But like, I mean, whatever. 98, you can walk it back a bit and say, you know, it wasn't as big a deal then. But I mean, she's immediately. I mean, I could see her immediately being into him because he saves her. I don't know. My problem is I don't think either character had much actual depth the whole way through, so it's hard to feel super strong about a romance. It's just the air of romance happening you can kind of get into. Like, oh, there's romance happening. It's like, I don't really care about them at all. It's just like, you know. It's just kind of a superficial thing. I mean, now they have a little bit more going on, but it's just too late, man.
みんなが待ってるよ。
It'd be funny if his dad was dead. Main character of the first game's gunned down by the 10 wise men.
そうだよね。
紋章武器の研究内容はロックが施されています。324899。
すみません。
They should have made me walk back. That would have been funny.
いえ、私の方。
いいんです。確かにショック。
そうですか。データは手に入りました。
ナールさん、さっきのデータチップの中に十賢者を倒すためのヒントはあったんですか？
いいえ。多分何かの
それじゃあ
大丈夫です。この町にすぐそこです。
Our house is right over there. Over there. Like I said, that would have been fine to have instead of one of those random dungeons or at the end of a dungeon. Like, it was just 4 fucking random MacGuffins, which is cool in like a Dragon Quest or something that's focused on exploration and like pathfinding and like figuring out what the fuck you're doing. It's like, why not put some of these story beats like in a dungeon, or like have it make more sense why we're going to some of these places? You know? Why have the MacGuffin farm and then have this after you walk to the final dungeon? Man, you could have really just woven it all in a bit better. Mirage.
ミラージュ博士、どうやら武器の設計図らしい
It's
の
like
だ
a
が。
character you can get.
私にその武器を作れ。市長がそんなことを言っていていいのかい？武器、そのことは
Why make a sprite if it's not gonna pop up for most of her dialogue?
そんなことを言っている場合じゃなくなった。
崩壊紋章？まさかどうしたら？
理由を考えている余裕はない。ミラージュ、お前の腕ならおそらく解読し完成できるだろう。ほら。
市長に頼まれたって言うんならいいほ。
さあ、私。
はい。
こいつはすごい。確かにこの武器なら10賢者どころ。
これって
見ればわかるだろう。
これってただの。
確かに見かけは普通の武器と変わらないね。
汎用紙。
でも汎用紙は一定の空間に停止さ。
多少知識はあるようだね。
幸いなことに十賢者は紋章兵器研究所の存在も汎用紙武器の存在も。
けど材料が足りない。こいつにはね、反物質を空間に。
Materials, dude.
レアメタルといえば惑星ネ
The
ーデル
cave,
から移
dude.
植された交渉があるミーネ洞
Just
窟
like
に
the
しか
plot
存
to
在
make
し
the
ない
other super big weapon back on the other planet, dude.
じゃあ早速取りに行きま
Time to go
お兄さん。
mining again,
そう
dude.
簡
どういうことです？
もともとミーネ洞窟はエナジーネーデを作るときに
その洞窟には体が鉱物でできている珍しいモンスターがいるんだ。バークって言ってね。防衛本能くらいしかなくて、見た目は岩と見分け。
それはつまり
簡単に言うと、バーク。
より成長して強力なバークであればある。
じゃあバークを倒さないとレアメタルは手に。
しかもこいつはとてつもなく純度の高いレアメタルを。雑魚をいくら倒してもダメだね。より大きい成長したバークでなきゃダメだ。
ミーネ洞窟はどこにあるんですか？
More dangerous than the Ten Wise Men, but we need it to defeat the Ten
この
Wise
まま何もしなかったら宇宙は十賢者たちのものになってしまうんだろう。
クロード、そうだよ。
そうだよ。あ、
わかりました。これをあなたたちに。それがあれば。
頼んだよ。あ、
Or she couldn't just make it. We couldn't just also find the hidden materials we needed in that fucking weapons facility. I fucking run in another fucking cave, dude. Some more fucking ore. Don't worry, I'm sure the level design's gonna be great on this one. There's gonna be puzzles, there's gonna be...
おい、グリシスってば。
Story beats!
そっか、こうなってるんだ。
Konnichiwa. Mr. Silent.
ダメだ。全然聞いてん。
でもここのパーツって何のためについてるのかな。わかんないな。
知ってるかプリシス？その装置は。
あ、クロード。
それでその右隣にあるのが高温遠心分離機だよ。これを使って原材料の純度。どうだ、見直したか？
私は前からクロード。
It's usually middle of January, right? I doubt it's over Christmas. Oh man.
よし、先。
Have they released the list of games? I imagine. We'll see how much I watch. Some years I watch most of it, some years I don't watch any of it. I'll have to give it a look later. This is like an avoidance mission.
やりましたわね。
Oh boy.
よし。
Actually, I want to go buy some shit. Pikmin speedruns are really cool. I've seen some speedruns for that, I'll have to watch it. Cool to see explanations live. That's the big appeal for me, I feel like, on live speedrunning events. Because I mean, you can just watch speedruns anytime. It's the commentary. Some people do really good commentary on like their own like YouTube runs, but Octo 2 could be neat. Starfield probably will not be interesting at all. Maybe. Well, AC6 would be cool. What's percent? Like ending D or anything, or just any percent? Blue game plus any percent true. Oh, really? The whole 9 yards, huh? Oh, they're not gonna play it from the beginning, I'm guessing. It's just gonna be ending D then. That's fine. You're not gonna get to see every mission, but also I'm pretty sure speedruns for that are just like pretty goofy, simple mechs. I think there's a few kinds of mechs I'd use, but it's mostly just like one. But I'm sure it's changed since I watched the speedrun for it. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Some goof troop fucking loadout that miraculously like one-shots everything or some shit. Yeah, I still haven't done the Ada DLC. Maybe I'll do that before the end of the year. We'll see.
これなら勝てそうだ。
That was a POV film. I don't think I've watched one of those yet.
怪我はないか。クロードはレベルが上がった。なんてね。
Elden Ring versus Sekiro. Which one? What does that mean? They're just racing the two games? I thought they just watched them separately. There's one of those mods where they put like Sekiro shit in Elden Ring. What is the category on B? Is it like unrestricted? Oh, you said all acts. Well, BG3, you can just fucking walk through the game and beat it in like 30 minutes or something. It's pretty short. There's also glitches you can use that are pretty extreme. Yeah, okay. Like, those are cool novelty runs, but like, you don't really get to see a lot of the actual game. They're fine runs, it's just like, you know, if you've not seen a run for one of those, it's not like super exciting, right? Because you want to see something of comparison on what you'd actually do normally, right? When you reduce a game to like 35 minutes, it's pretty much just its own new thing, man. What's up, okay? I'll have to try to catch some of that. It's at least comfy. My biggest, well, not my biggest problem. I have a lot of problems with GDQ, but one of them is just the sheer amount of downtime, man. Makes it a little bit harder to get into the event. Is this kind of like comfy speedrun watching thing? There's more downtime than there's uptime half the time. Like if it's a short run, you're gonna get just as long, if not longer, in downtime after. Which is why some of the long JRPGs are some of the more comfy ones, like Final Fantasy. It's like if I'm gonna take time out of streaming and shit, I'd like to actually have something to watch. Making cookies? What kind? Cool. I'm gonna eat cookies tomorrow. Lots of them. Yep, the beauty of a second monitor. The life changer. Back, man. Did I save before this? I don't know. I don't know that cookie by name. I'm sure it'll be good then. Hopefully there's not too many more unwinnable fights before the end of the game. I'd like to actually be able to have my stat bonuses exist from formations. Kinda sucks when like they just wipe them because the fight has to kill you or whatever. You tired of hearing it, Emma? Yes. So am I. Don't worry, it's almost over, I'm sure. Big man here. Possibly harder than the 10 wise men. Is there gonna be like a gimmick here? Already wiped out. It's a gimmick fight. Guess we need to come in bursts. pain release. What is he like? Return my damage or something? Why is the shields not breaking? What's the point of shield breaking when the shields don't break? I was gonna break in. I go in and break his shields real quick and just beat him up. That's what I need in the final hours. Gimmick fight. Can she actually, like, cast spells, please? Like, what the fuck is the point of the AI if they're not gonna do anything, dude? I'll just manually take control over her. That'll be fine, probably. We could just heal past whatever. I guess. Bizarre, man. I think this is the kind of fight where it's actually like rougher than I'm high level. Because he like uses that more often or something. I'm not quite sure. Because there's no way they expect you to like survive that much damage at this point, because I'm probably like 40-50 levels over. So there's probably just a gimmick to it, but I'm gonna spam heal, will be enough. Anyways. That's over. Waffle cookie, huh? Yeah, I don't know, I'd have to see it. Yeah, I'll be gaining some weight for sure when I go up to the parents. Got a lot of goodies waiting, I think. I don't know if you saw an anime, but I could throw both of my Hololive waifus up. Hold on each screen. I wish I didn't read that, man. Thought I did. Getting some Dickies tonight. I went to Dickies once. It was overpriced a bit, I think, but it was tasty, man. You can't go wrong with barbecue. I don't know how good ours is. I got one like a minute away. Yeah, I got it for sure. If you're not too worried about the price, yeah, I love barbecue, but it's always expensive, so I don't get it often. Burger bar tonight? Damn, nice. He's eating some good shit. I had a big ass burger today for my meal.
任せときな。
そういえば
用事があるって言って帰ったよ。
土産？
何ですか？
ファンシティのフリーパス。
ファンシティなんかで遊んでいていい？
All access to Fun City.
それに。
はい。
What? We already been there. Why do I need an all access pass? Jesus, dude, they're revving up to end the universe, and I'm going to Fun City in the story? At least as side content, you could just divorce yourself from it. Is there like a super weapon in Fun City?
あなた方には我々が作成した特別プログラムによって
Simulate a battle with the 10 wise men.
ご存知かもしれませんが、この闘技場では
Do we have all the data on them?
様々なタイプのモンスターと対戦することができるようになっています。そこで以前のデータをもとに我々の方で実験者たちも
要するに
Why are we doing this? How about we just go fight the 10 fucking wise men, dude? Christ almighty, man. Three days later. We're going through fucking like fucking a DBZ training arc here, dude. I mean, I guess that's key. At least they're actually trained, but it's out of nowhere, dude. 3 days of training like that. I mean, I guess you needed to work on something that's better than them just sitting around.
見ての通りですよ。
ミラージュさんが来たって。
完璧だ。
Yeah, I could definitely go for some of that. I just bought some cheap canned food and some pickles and some stuff like that to eat today. I'm gonna have so many leftovers. Once I go up to the parents. I don't want to have too much. I wonder if this God Slayer is worse. The Knuckles of Hope.
それからこいつがボイドマターだ。こいつとの共鳴によってみんな使い方は至って簡単。ただ持っているだけでいい。さてと。
This is so everybody doesn't get one. Yeah, we were talking about pickles a lot yesterday, so I bought a jar of them. I've pretty much never done that. So I was like, fuck it, I'll give me some pickles. I got a can of ravioli, pickles, and Pringles. That's my meal and snack tomorrow. Universe ending. I gotta finish my dissertation. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, it'd be one thing if the game was taking the piss, but it's like, am I supposed to take this seriously? She's supposed to be just that quirky, I guess. Dude. You can't finish your dissertation if the universe ends.
もう少しファンシティにいた方がいい。
そうだね。
では特訓した。
I don't want to train. The Knuckles of Hope was actually better. Like how the God Slayer is not better though. How much worse is it? Like significantly worse? Fucking based, man. care about a lot of this. What does the training do? Just random critters? Why would I continue training if it's just like generic monsters? At this point, it's possible that like there's better stuff for me to spam, but I just don't care. The real things. Don't worry, we've been training while you've been doing whatever.
久しぶりだな貴様ら。エルリアタワーの最上階での戦い、なかなか良かった。
無駄なこと。我が名はジョフィ。
何をしに来たの？
貴様らが何やらこそこそとやっているという。こいつらの相手はこの俺にならば私は先ほどの女を追うことにしよう。
私は好きにやる。
待て。あっと。や。
Wow,
こ
he
の
just
程度のデク人形に勝てたから
killed
と
the
いって
hologram.
調子に乗られては困る。
He's good.
なかなか良い。
僕が頑張らないと勝負できそうです。
これなら満点だ。
I like it, man.
クロードはレベルが上がった。
嬉しいですよ。みなぎってくる。
こんなバカな。
Are they called the Nine Wise Men now?
そうだ。急いで残りの2人を追わないと。
But this time we have antimatter, brother. The antimatter field. No creature's defense or stats matter. It's purely if they have proton matter or not, man. That's beyond stats. Infinite defense. She's using the same move in the same way. You've truly gotten better. What the? He just fucking disintegrated those kids, man. Maybe his dad is dead. This guy just zapped those kids, man. What the fuck? Randomly, really hardcore guy. What did he mean by this? Yeah. The only pain or suffering was when they were running from him. Are these guys evil? I'm not quite sure. The levels go over 100, dude? Jesus Christ, what's max level? He wasn't even a man, he was a fucking robot. That's supposed to be flavor dialogue because he's like... It's flavored because he's a smart kid and he says obvious things in equations. Of course he does. No other fucking woman even showed up in the last, like, 4 days. 50% of the enemy encyclopedia. Oh, that's because... a break booster. A break effect against all enemies except leaders. Are bosses considered leaders? Or just leaders of, like, packs? I don't know. Well, this is supposed to let me deal more than that. But if leaders are only pack leaders, then it doesn't matter because the bosses won't count. Because there's like an achievement to deal 99,999. So. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's my thing. Is God knows. I was gonna do something, I forgot what though. Oh yeah. These are actually useful. This is like the only one I'd care about, and I'm not gonna start doing that before every fight. I don't know if guard break counts. Spells. Careful, kid, you don't want to get evaporated. They're out here fucking disintegrating kids, brother. Watch out. In case there's like some other gimmick. Is there like a god compound? Also, we should probably create like some godly loot here. Ring of Infinity. Wow, it's useless. I don't even know how good some of these are. Because technically, some of these are probably better, like this one's like increased, it's got like a legendary factor on it. But I'm not gonna look through every one of these. Like negates damage below 10% of max HP, that's probably pretty good, right? You know? But like, I'm not gonna look through all of them, man. The auto equip doesn't factor in a lot of that shit. But it's like whatever, dude. Like I said, it's any time spent on it is just purely for its own sake. That's unnecessary.
クロード様、十賢者の奴らが襲ってきたんだ。大変だ。
急ぎましょう。
He's contacting Centropolis? What about the simulation guy? What's with this? I still don't get what this is. I don't know if I'm supposed to get hit by it or what. I don't really care that much. Like in the town, I'll stay the night. He'll wait. That's just a little gamey dissonance, man. Just a little funny. At least we're knocking out some wise men.
実は突然空。
そうなの。それからミラージュさんのお友達かな。
Jesus, do they really need to ask? I mean, what else could it be? Just get in there, dude.
間違いない。十賢者だ。
Jeez, he wasn't a very friendly guy. He just went in there and broke in, and he must be a wise man. Like, oh shit! We could have helped her from getting kicked in the face there.
ほう、やっと来た。許さなければどうだというのだ。
それは。
Wow, you're just like me. You've killed so many.
自らの目でしか物を見ようとしない愚かなことだ。
気を引き締めませんと。
Not an argument. But they really were the same. He didn't really see much either. Yeah, this doesn't count as a leader. He's taking 999 still. Why is she not healing? Oh, these bosses do a lot of fucking damage, man.
クロードはレベルが上がった。
Your damage gets crazy, but your defense, man.
死んでしまったかと思います。
So much.
勝手に人を殺さないでくれ。でも反抗しないで。
I feel like you gotta just turn the healer on full heals on some of these.
もう大丈夫なんですか?
Well, I guess I am still using training. I'm taking a huge stat hit.
さっきよりはだいぶ良くなったよ。まったく市長も私の身の。
もうすぐセントラルシティ。
さすがだね。奴らは確実に焦り始めている。いい気になって
それは
私たちの方がはい。
If they die, you don't get any XP.
行きましょう。
God. How many of these am I missing? Reattach a factor. What the fuck is this? It's a factor apply. Okay. Adds a chance to inflict instant death. Yeah, something tells me that's not going to work on a boss. Wow, 10 intellect. Alright. Well, we're not re-rolling all that shit. Oh, factor energy in remaking? What is that? What is factor energy? Is that the name of a weapon? Like a mechanic? It's like a special person. I have no idea.
なんとかなるさ。なんとかなるさ。なんとかなるさ。なんとかなるさ。
fuck are they talking about, man? Like a ring of wisdom, using a philosopher's stone. Golden stew using organic vegetables. Yeah. Okay. So what is this though? Factor energy in remaking. I don't know what that is. Said he'd give the materials. Oh, one of these. Why didn't it even show that like higher up on the list? Maybe I'll leave that. Just put it on some random piece of gear. I even saw this thing. Increases MP. Wow. That'll give us a lot of shite. I don't know which of these I actually would make more of. Probably none of them. Application, I suppose. I don't care about a lot of these. This should be boosting the defense. But that actually matters more. That's the only thing that's actually kind of getting goofy. Tom's getting hit by shit. Spheres 30% up, crit 50% up. Items now affect all. That's pretty good. You can turn like full HP MP items into AoE. Man, if I'm just at 999 anyways. Probably just pick upper guard once we get to that point. As much as more damage would be cute, I don't think we're actually getting any more at this point. With the limit caps, sadly.
ミラージュ博士が狙う。
ええ、
そうですか。それから市長からの伝言です。
ラク、
すべての準備は整いました。
Why would they question
あなた
Lacqua?
方の勝利を。
Lacqua.
出発しよう。
This is the point of no return, dude. There's some Fun City fucking bullshit. Thank you, pal. Everybody's back to having fun. Those kids that got vaporized. You know, they're not gonna cancel this place for a bit, you know? Like, shut it down just for a little. Just right back to fun, man. They're fucking super coping.
マリアナさん。マリアナさん。
剣を抜きなさい、クロード。
何を言ってるんですか。
もう間に合わないわ。それにみんなを置いて。
そんな。
これは私のね。
やはり戦え。
なぜなの。私が女だから。それとも怪我に。
僕には。
The future of the universe. Why is she here randomly? In the Fun City. Why is it in the hospital now?
甘いのよあなたは。一つのことにとらわれないで。心の目。
Now she's dead.
マリアナさん。
Why was she here? Maybe she's not. Barely even knew this person. We saw her for like 3 lines. She stayed behind, that was the big thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, man. Let's get to that finale. Is it finally time? Do we have enough levels? Probably. Doctor, remove my pain inhibitors. Goku dropping the fucking lead weights, man.
Ah, あなたたち遅くなりました。
研究所内におります。
そうか。
Chilling, y'all.
よくいらっしゃいました。
No.
ところでクロードさん。
I'm ready, dude.
はい、完璧です。
I'm over 100.
必要なアイテム。
My affairs are settled.
少しお話を。
What do you want to talk about now, pal?
あなたたちはすで。確かに。ですが、安心するのはまだ早いでしょう。
Of course they were, man. That's how this always goes. The weakest of the wise men.
残りの7人の能力は
A different level.
すみません。決戦前に戦意をそぐような。
必ず勝ちます。
わかりました。フィーナルへの再進行は明日の夜明けとともに開始する予定です。
最後。
Okay, thanks for the talk, dude.
急に呼び出しちゃった。
Well, you were fighting for the pussies. See you tomorrow.
違う。あのね、クロー。
Alright, dude, this romance.
最後に
I don't care.
ありがとう。レナ。
I'm not skipping anything.
本当に感謝してる。アレンの時も。
それは違うよ。
そんな。
僕はそれに僕の方こそレナに随分勇気をもらった。
クロード。
レナ、僕ね。
聞いてほしい。
うん。
クロード。
レナ。
Oh yeah, you gotta learn all the cast. The fundamentals aren't enough. How big is the cast? Or are there a lot of characters people just don't play? If the wise men set off the symbol of annihilation, I want you to use this. Okay, so they will. Driven elsewhere. Where?
崩壊すべき対象をそらすことによってだろ
ミラージュさん
ここまで来たら10賢者たちを全て倒せばフィーナルを包むエネルギーフィールドも消滅するだろうそうすればこのエナジーネーデの全エネルギーを
時空間って
まあ簡単に言えばエナジーネーデにぶつかる前のエクスペルをこっちに引っ張ってくるってことだよ
Time paradoxes and so forth. Why even mention it then, man? Just fucking make it asshole.
エネルギーフィールドが消え次第我々もフィーナルに向かいます
わかりました
Jesus, let's get it over with.
ラクアに帰りたいとそれでは
よし
It's a pretty good bit. I like the supported, or kind of like sorted by actually how like good it is. Oh man, I think there's enough fucking items, bro.
なんとかなるさなんとかなるさ
Can I just go back? Yeah. I don't know what some of this is. Whatever. Let's just super overkilling it. The next 3 wise meditation away. I fight them all at once, one at a time.
Yeah, いらっしゃい。
お主らが来ることはすでに。
いくら君たちでも名前も知らない人に殺されるのはかわいそうですからね。
ラファエル。
そしてわしはカマエルじゃ。
Very cocky, as usual.
自己紹介も終わり。
安心せい。あ、
そうはいかない。
くだらんな。
How they're just so like fucking like laughably evil, dude. Like it's not even, they're not even like just a little evil, it's just like goofy levels of evil. Am I using the anti-proton matter whatever shield they had? I'm taking 0 damage or whatever. No, he's taking 0 damage. Our technology has been flipped.
こんなこと聞いてないよ。なぜだ。このわしに見えぬこと。
これで6。
残っているのは。
よし。
Like how they said these guys were harder than the last few, and yet there's a whole fucking dungeon kind of dude. Go back on the training, and yet they fought all 3 at once. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy? $40 years, damn dude. Am I that old? I'm dying, I'm old. This 40's not dying at all. Yeah, good to see you. I'm just finishing up this game. Still looking. I look like a fucking hobo. I've got this nasty beard right now. On a rock until Christmas Eve. Well, hopefully doing well. What's I gonna do? I was gonna do more XP items. Yeah. Professional beard, yeah, there you go. The beanie. I'm taking it back from the hobos, right? Taking the style back. All these items are gonna be good. Not about to start skipping them now, man. It's been okay. I'm less and less into it as we go. I'm pretty much just kind of ready to be done. It's got some unique things going on, and how you can break it wide open within 10 hours. But it's not the kind of breaking wide open that I feel like is super interesting. It's interesting to get there, but the problem is it's like, it still just plays like a kind of really generic JRPG, so it doesn't really amount to anything other than just one shot in every fight. And the story's kind of threadbare, and I feel like the last third here has been kind of, I don't know if they fucking ran out of money or what. But I mean, it's not bad. It's okay. It's losing me a bit, but it kind of depends on what you're into a little. Yeah, I played FF16. Have you gotten through much of it? I don't really want to like throw around these spoilers or anything. Yeah, I mean, this has been alright. I don't know. People like this one. I haven't played any Star Ocean. This is my first one. And probably my last for a long time. If this is the best Star Ocean, then I'm gonna need a break before we do another one. I wish I could answer for you though, I do. Yeah. Yeah, like, it tries to do some stuff with story and sort of mechanism. Yeah, this is action as well. I mean, it's like Tales, right? Where it's like very action focused, but like the action's pretty weak. You just kind of spam your moves. Like, I wish it was more like a DMC. Tales of Arise tries to kind of be like that with mid-air juggles and stuff, but it still ends up just being kind of a spammy game. This one's very spammy. I mean, maybe if you don't break the game, meaning you don't use any of the bonus systems at all, and then also like set it to like max difficulty and like really control yourself, I guess, you might be able to actually strategize for a millisecond or two, but even then I don't think it's even close to anything comparable to what you can find in any old RPG these days, or even really at the time it was made. Does it? That would depend on what that is. I think the poor exploration, shitty story, and all that. The ability to break the game with ease is probably better now than it was, I'm sure, back then. The quality of life of getting to it, but you still can. I mean, this version also tells you where to go a lot, right? So you don't have that sense of agency, but there's just not much to find anyways. Like, there's things that I don't think are going to be different in the original. I don't think the exploration, the story, none of that's going to be really different. So then it's just on the combat. And I mean, if the original had tighter balance because the quality of life was so bad, like, I guess that's kind of fucked in a way, but I mean, in a way, it's kind of a check, I suppose. So maybe the combat's more interesting. The comedic value, absolutely. But I mean, that's kind of its own little thing, right? There's not really like intent behind that. It just happened to be bad and funny because of it. I mean, is it a more fun time because of that? Probably. But I don't know, it's hard to give it credit for being like shittier in some way, but it's funnier. You can break the 999 cap, but it doesn't work on anything that's a leader or a boss so far. Maybe I can get one that breaks on all of them, but it's kind of useless. Sad life? Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, do I want to like play it and it's actually, you know, maybe it's got a cool story, maybe it's got something neat going on, or do I want to know for sure I'm going to be making it a joke, right? If I could put the original stuff in, I'd probably go for it because the story's shit. So like well, it's not shit, it's just kind of weak. I've played real shit before. So it's like, I mean, I feel like you should go and want the best from it. If you don't really know, right? Like, not purposely play like a joke version of the game. If I had like foreknowledge, I'd probably play the fucking joke version because the second steal, I don't think it's. Sea of Stars. I wasn't under the impression this was going to be like godly or anything. Sea of Stars had a pretty big reputation before I played it. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not saying either it's like people are wrong for having fun with it, especially because it's like a so bad it's good type of thing. I think that's totally fine. It's just like on my first playthrough. I mean, am I gonna play one that like cleans stuff up and has like the proper dialogue? Or wow, it's still got a fuck translation. But it's like, I mean, I could just watch like a funny playthrough after, right? Or you could just play them both. I'm not gonna play it again. Ugh. He's got the strut, man. Well, integrity and faithlessness is supposed to be like the worst ones, so this is, I mean, probably better than that. We'll see. Oh, I have to go change something about like a completely different room. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is it has such a threadbare, kind of weak story that if you could take the piss out of it more, I mean, that would help a lot. Because you're not getting any exploration. I mean, fucking Final Fantasy fucking 1 has better exploration than this game. And pacing at this point. So I need to turn on a red. So it's like, well, if the gameplay is not very fun, and the story's not very good, and the exploration's not very good, it's like, well, where do you go then? Well, it's like, the music, but they just reuse all the music from the first 2/3 for the last third. It's like, the music even takes a hit, and it's like, well, it's like, well, it's the sci-fi part, right? You know, I was looking forward to the sci-fi part. You get some sci-fi here in the last third, but it's pretty fucking light, man. So really the big standout is breaking the game, but even that's, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? It's a lot of menuing. And it's kind of questionable whether that's better than just making like a tight, actually, like, experience, right? I could take this, so I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not trying to turn people off this. I mean, this was received really well. There's been a lot of people who come here and love it. I just, in the grand scheme of JRPGs, if you got a lot to play, I don't think this is like a must. If you have nostalgia for it, this is probably a pretty cool way to see it a little different. They change. I looked through all the changes recently. They change a lot of quality of life and battle specifics and. Not quite like a completely different take, but it's probably a neat revisit. That's a pretty meaty random enemy, man. Where was that fucking control thing? This is a much faster game too. They removed random fights. You can just auto kill fights if you're high enough level. Like I said, it's much easier to abuse XP than it seemed to before. So in terms of a replay, it's pretty brisk. So maybe did want to replay it. It's probably cute there, but I mean it's my first playthrough, so I'm not getting that nostalgia factor. I held back too. I could break it way harder than I have. Actually fucking limited myself a bit. Just funny. Really just because it's unnecessary to a certain extent. Like how much... Like how much more overpowered do you need to be? Oops. Seems like a tedious dungeon. I have to run all the way up here to this like location to change the room color every time. Maybe there's a different panel later. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how typical of a playthrough this is. Like I said, I think you could go a lot harder than I do. I could dupe items that instantly level me up, and I don't, or raise my BP and shit, but I don't touch them. I stopped myself at like extreme XP bonuses and infinite money, and duping whatever item I wanted. I held back a little bit. I just didn't use the contraband skill really. I mean, I've used items from it, but it's just money items. I just sold them and duped them and sold them and duped them, but you could just do that with anything. Yeah, see, that's what's kind of interesting is like, is it like good balance that it was like impenetrably like hidden and blind in the original, and that like kind of made you still play on their playing field? Or was it just like really badly thought out from the ground up? And it just inadvertently worked out. Yeah, the big thing was, I think somebody said earlier that you could only do one item at a time, where in this you could do like 10. So just the speed of some of the RNG and stuff. I mean, they've also remade entire systems. I mean, look at this shit. This is apparently not in the original game. I mean, I've got literally 50% more XP I can get, 60% attack, negate enemy resistances. All I gotta do is have my bonuses high enough, and I only lose those if I die or fuck up a parry. I don't ever have to parry when I'm fucking rocking 60% extra attack on top of everything. You just unlock these. This is the first one you get, 25, 25, 50. I mean, they're just like, yeah, dude, just fuck them. So it's really hard to be like, you know. Like, I'm just using this because I already do max damage half the time. I mean, I could up my attack more. And I figure, you know, 50% defense, 30% guts, and no status elements is probably good enough. I should probably get it to 300 though. But I gotta do a lot of fights for that. So like, it's just kind of like, you just have to not grapple with any of the systems of the game to not fucking bust it wide open. And really, it's the most interesting part of the game. That doesn't mean it's like a good idea or that it's good anyways, but like, it still is the most interesting part of the game. Spicule. Is that the big rock guy? Who's Spicule? Fire guy. I don't remember. I probably killed him in 2 fucking seconds. This is why I don't remember. The only boss that's given me even an ounce of trouble is the big rock guy, because he returns your like damage back or whatever the fuck. So I needed to just swap to the healer and spam heals, and it was fine. I was like, I don't actually know. If you mean one of the wise men, the shield guy could hit pretty hard. Oh, wasn't too bad. What was I looking for here? I was looking for the thing that lets me break effect. It's all enemies except leaders. Oh, it amplifies. Oh, okay, never mind. This isn't a limit break. I thought it was. Is there a limit break in this? Maybe it is always 900. That'd be fucked. Maybe post game has limit break. I mean, I didn't think you could even go past level 100, but here we are. There might be like an actual post game. I'm not doing post game. Speak you. I'd have to look up who that is. Yeah, I mean, they might have a different name. This is the PSP translation. What color do I need now? Purple. I mean, there's plenty of like unwinnable fights and stuff. in a dungeon. There's a yellow one. I was like to try the yellow first. The enemy just randomly moved into me. What is with this chick having like godly ass fucking dodge here? Yeah, I don't really like the orb system much anyways, because it takes so long to get to max orbs. I think the only ones that are probably worth it are probably the leader fights. You get a lot of orbs from those. Yeah, orbs. So how it works is you build up orbs, and then the more orbs you have, up to 300, you get these bonuses that I was showing off. Stuff like items now affect all. Oh, I should do assault shift. Can fill it quicker this way. Although I like using the XP one. I just use the XP one the whole game. Yellow. The only thing about this place is they respawn the enemies too. I mean, since my people just auto walk up to them and kill them, it's not a huge deal, but these kinds of places would be annoying with random battles. I'll recalc them. You also get chain XP. I've never even chained like a single time to max. Like, the more fights you get in a row, the more XP you get. So I could be getting way more if I actually tried to change it. Just down, double XP. They've reworked casters and magic apparently heavily too, and balanced some of the melee. I think that's what they said. There's a bunch of changes. These status elements, man. Yeah, the anti-status element's definitely gonna be the most important of it. Yeah, let me find the page that was linked. It's a pretty interesting read. It is long, there's a lot of changes. It's mostly on the back-end systems and combat and quality of life and stuff. Although they've changed some stuff like overworld exploration apparently. And other bits and bobbles. The thing is, it's really easy to make like godly equipment too. Like the best item I've ever made, I got like 10-20 hours ago, I feel like, or like 10 hours ago. And even then, it's like all you do is just put like two really easy to make, like insanely easy to make and use items into like the crafting system, and you just come out with like absolutely like nutty equipment. Like I usually just ignore the fucking system for the longest time. Like I'll just come back occasionally to make like some godly gear, then go back to plan. Like you could get obsessive over it and probably get some pretty gnarly shit.
Yes.
Opens up the purple. I planned on fighting all the rest of the bosses without using any limiters, but I'm just gonna leave them on for more XP. But then by the final boss I'll turn them off, just because I want to see. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like odd. Like, why have all of these systems that so much feeds into if it's like just gonna completely destroy the game? And like I said, I don't think even with the systems not being there, it'd be like fine. Like yeah, the combat would take longer, and I'd have to actually like parry and pay more attention. But it's not like everything else would just disappear as an issue. But it's definitely baffling, regardless. So you press X. I could show you, but I risk losing my orbs. To like parry back. Like as soon as an enemy goes red, that means you can like parry dodge their shit, and then that will break their shields a little quicker. But like I just don't do that, because I don't need to. And the only way you really can lose your orbs for those OP forms is to fuck up a parry or die. So like you just don't ever use it, because you don't need to. I'm literally spamming the level. Like, my skill I'm using right now is the first thing you unlock. like it's one of the first 2 starters. I'm not even using any of these, dude. I don't even know if they're any good. I just spam Meteor Bomb, though. The first fucking ability. And just cancel into it over and over. It's just like, you could probably go way fucking harder, man. I just don't care. It does pretty good work because it's just multi-hit. Some stats. And from what I understand, the original you could still break it. It was just a bit more of a quality of life issue to get there. But I mean, I don't know firsthand. This game does have another difficulty. You could up it up in this version. But I don't know how. I mean, I can't imagine it's that hard with how crazy you can get. I don't even know why they bother having exclusive party members, like mutually exclusive party members you can't have if you have somebody else, and then like party members you can only get on certain characters' routes when like you only use the 4 anyways. Okay, let's get rid of status elements. Up my defense by 50%. And Guts makes it so that you can survive like being killed. So 30% of our Guts is pretty good. You know what you're doing? I wouldn't say it's impossibly hard, but any RPG's like, how much do you mind being really difficult a lot of the time? I don't know, I feel like I've met, I mean, yeah, sure, how much you like min-max and spend time thinking about your stats, which is menuing, but I don't know, I feel like I played some RPGs where I spent a comparable amount of time in them, and I did not get this strong. I think the time to reward investment's insane in this game. But, I mean, I definitely see what you mean. It just takes that, yeah, to like a fucking insane level. I mean, it's like everything's fucked. So like this game, it's like, I mean, okay. So like, let me just walk. We can just go over everything. Alright, 50% XP food, double XP cards you can make, the ability to dupe on command, replication, whenever you want, pick anything, 100% success rate. Dupe your double XP shit, dupe your fucking strongest fucking weapons, whatever the fuck, just dupe it. Just dupe anything you want. You can just dupe shit. I've got training. I get 100% extra XP with a stat loss. I've got formations where I get 50% more XP, 100% more like money, or I can just nullify ailments and shit like that. I've got like the ability to just fucking create like godly gear by just spamming buttons mindlessly really quick. I can raise my friendship levels to max without having to do like anything. They tell you just straight up like, oh, you just click this, go down till you see gold. Oh, now I can make this godly weapon. Like, it's just that easy. Like, it's it's not even like it requires like any brain power anytime. You literally just walk up, oh, god weapon, right? This weapon I got right here, I literally took one weapon, scrolled down twice to it, and I have literally his best weapon in the game. Like, like you just set the off, you just combine mithril to one weapon like twice, right? It's like, you don't need to not, in this version, just ignore, you don't need to like not dabble in it much, you need to just completely ignore this entire thing. And it happens to be the most unique part of the game, being able to just break the game wide open. But you have to ignore all of it. Like, you can just make like any item. I can just make things that level up my skills to save on the early game SP. I have the ability to like lower the amount of like money I make, which I have infinite money because I could just dupe items. You can go to any vendor. Every vendor has every single thing, every material, all the time. It costs nothing. It costs me, especially with my discount, because you get a 30% discount on everything. So it's like, you fucking turn on all of these things to get a discount, and they cost 600 a piece. I sell them for like 6,000-7,000. So it's like I have infinite money. But not only that, you'd have infinite money anyways because the challenges in this game. You get fucking just boatloads of money just for existing, just for breathing oxygen, dude. Like, I haven't sold any duped money in forever, and I'm like rising up in the millions. And I buy every single thing I see to the max just for fun. Just to fill out the item encyclopedia. And I'm still fucking cranking dough, man. Like, it's just like insane, dude. Like, as soon as you get the ability and you can get, like, once you understand how this works, because it's a lot when you first get it. You're like, what the fuck? You're like, this menu, these skills go into these skills, which go into which skills, these skills. And then like you don't even know what these do because they don't tell you, because it's a JRPG and they don't tell you anything. They just fucking like vaguely hint at it, like call bunny, and you're like, what the fuck is bunny, right? And in the beginning, these actually affect your stats like significantly, right? I mean, now it's like a fucking joke, but like, so it's like you have no idea what's going on. But once you start to get it, you spend a lot of time in it. It's crazy. I could dupe items to. I don't even use contraband. Contraband's fucking nuts. They have an item in here that instantly makes it so you only need 1 XP to level up. One that like lowers your next BP thing to like 1, which could save like hours of grinding like each. Like this is BP, so I have like 133 in this like whole dungeon. I could just like lower it to like 1. You could dupe SP items. So I could literally be max stats in like the first 10 hours of the game if I just sat in the menu long enough. You just have to like stop yourself. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like you pretty much just have to ignore the entire game or like hamstring yourself. Even just the assault formations, right? Like you like up 50% defense and nullify all ailments. It's just like, alright. How do you balance around that? You just have it? Or not? I mean, like, you just don't know. You could take factors, add on perks to your gear to make them super strong. Like this one on the bottom here. If I get 3 of those factors, I get 20% of all my stats. I don't even fuck with these, man. I don't optimize my factors or reroll my gear. I don't even add like actual like fucking like effects to most of my shit. I just don't give a fuck because it's way too much work. It's just fucking bonkers, man. I'm not like calling it out anything. I'm not trying to be like crazy. I'm just like, if people don't quite understand just how crazy, how wild and bonkers it's like the most unique thing about it. It's really cool that you can break it wide open, but I don't think it's a kind of broken that's actually like fun like Final Fantasy Tactics, because at the end of the day you're just playing a generic JRPG. I'm still just walking around just like normal. Sometimes I just have infinite money and I pick up items when I'm walking by, and you know, my teammates auto kill my enemies, but it's like I still just walk in and I spam like I'm playing Tales, right? So it's like, despite breaking everything, it doesn't like, nothing's dynamic enough or emergent or crazy enough for it to fucking matter. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's very different. I don't doubt that in the slightest. I think just having this be even more arcane and tough to use would make it not even worth like your time. Because I already tap it. This is not easy to use. It takes a while to learn even this, because it is just so fucking like complicated, and the menus are really bad because they don't explain what feeds into what easily. But like, Like even this, like I've just said, I stopped myself plenty of times. Like from doing any more. I don't chain fights. You can multiply your XP off of that. Like I don't modify my equipment. I don't min-max my equipment at all. I just make a bunch. The wizard, the game automatically equips your best gear. It doesn't think about the perks, but it just automatically equips it. Like literally, like I haven't manually equipped anything I think more than 5 times. It just auto equips everything. So it's just like the game just fucking, it almost plays itself at times. The exploration, it tells you exactly where to go on the bottom right of the screen at all fucking times. So you gotta think about fucking shit. It's just like part of it's quality of life gone too far. Part of it's the fundamentals are just shit. Like the whole system, while it's unique, it's interesting that you can just do all this shit. It's got cooking, it's got fishing, it's got alchemy, it's got music. I don't use that either. You can like fucking like play music and like get stats. Like here, let's just do one. Okay, now I have like more stats when I go into this fight. You can like make your crafting stronger by using food and like music and shit. And it's just like, I just don't fuck with any of that. There's so much that you just end up ignoring. And it's still this broken, right? Like if, I mean, there's a, but see, that's the thing is like, if you are that kind of person who likes to go that hard, there's a lot there to do. Which is why I keep building XP, because that's like the only fun is like, how broken can I get? Because what's the alternative, right? I mean, it's just like, I just don't play with it, and then I'm just playing a fucking Tales game. My limiters are on, but they're not that limiting, so let's see how much XP we get. Wow, they're really evil. At least these guys are like funny and how generically evil they are. I mean, they're called the fucking 10 wise men, dude. Like, they're super uninteresting. All they do is just like fucking trash talk, but like, it's at least funny. These guys with like shitty English voice acting, I'm sure are pretty good. Let's see if we get toasted here to turn back on the limiters. The only risk is like, they still do a lot of damage when you have your limiters on. Is this spicule? Here's your spicule. So like they'll crank dude sometimes, but you could just put her on like actually just healing. It's like they'll still do some goofy shit. Like that's the thing, is like it's so odd, like you're like outstatting the fuck out of everything, but like you'll still just get like one shot randomly. There's just like no telling what the fuck's happening half the time. It's like they almost like expect it, it feels like. I want to revive this guy for sure. It's probably because my defense is lower by like 10 million. Give me that sweet, sweet XP, baby. So it's weird like that, man. Like randomly you'll evaporate. Like there's just something odd with the fucking like the formulas, man. Like you'll explode but you're like 50 levels higher than them and you're like melting them, but like somehow you're still exploding. It just doesn't make any sense. But you just say whatever, right? Because you have like infinite items and fucking anything else. But yeah. It's just leaving training on sometimes can do that. It doesn't affect your like attack power really, but it will lower your defense just enough where it actually makes it a little spooky. But like I said, it's like it doesn't really matter because you just turn it off. 2 more left. What a piece of cake. But yeah, it's just like impossible to balance. I mean, resources and dungeons don't matter either. There's no dungeon crawling resources. Every time I use my XP food, I get 30% of my shit back. In this game, you can literally fast travel to like everything. To the very shop you want to go. I could fast travel from this to like an inn and back, or you don't even need to go to an inn, you could just fast travel to literally a point in a random dungeon that has healing in it. So it's just wacky like that. God, these fucking dungeons though, dude. Like, I appreciate they're trying to have like a dungeon. Like, I'll take the credits, man. I need the green now too. The yellow. It's like even if you lower your stats with training, it's like you're still getting like 100% more XP almost. So, man, what's going on? It turns into Goofy Land. Oop, couldn't see one. Yeah, I think instead of making the quality of life way easier, they needed just to redesign the systems completely. But then, I mean, you're taking a level of liberties that's maybe too far, right? Like, how much of the fundamentals do you want to change? I mean, they've clearly changed a lot of the fundamentals anyways. I mean, down to the formations and having like characters from other games in this thing, and you know, this whole system, right? So it's like, how far do you go, right? Like, I think the fundamentals of the game are just fucked. Making it easier to pull off, like, they're still there. I kind of wish it was more like... they let you do a bunch of crazy shit, but like, maybe not as often, or maybe like later. I don't know. I mean, that thing is like, that is part of the cool stuff, right? Like that you can just dupe on command. But then it's also like, well, is that a good idea to give people? Like I said, I don't think in a generic JRPG it's a good idea. I think you need to have a system of gameplay that actually like can make use of that. I think with like a generic JRPG formula, going for something a little like with an actual like curve and like have it be slightly more curious. Like I said, like an FFT or like a something like more emergent or sandboxy, you could have like broken crazy shit, right? Like it's just more responsive to that type of gameplay. Or 4 dudes just walloping with their moves, spamming one button, like even at the best of times. Breaking that's like, all that really does is like, while it's cute to do, it just kind of like ruins rewards and dungeons. It ruins attention to the fights, the difficulty curve, which makes it so you don't even like really care about the gameplay. Like all that kind of goofy stuff. And it's like, the benefits just aren't as like strong as say like something more sandboxy. It's like, I don't know, I feel like a fundamental rework would be better, but then it's also like, well then it's not Star Ocean 2 anymore, even like a little bit. I don't know what you do there. I need every one of these to be lit up. Like, I feel like they were trying to highlight the most unique part of Star Ocean 2. Which I can respect as like a remake. But I don't think they really thought about like, was Star Ocean 2 really even like, did we really need to like, were those parts actually like worth highlighting? Activated here. Don't I have blue activated over here? How does this even work? Yeah, I don't really remember that being a big issue. Really, I don't remember the combat super well at all. But yeah, I mean, that wasn't really like the highlight of the game, I guess, right? That's what I was saying, and this is like, this doesn't have anything to fall back on, right? Like the story's cheeks, the exploration's cheeks. It doesn't even lean hard into the sci-fi that much. Like a little bit at the end here, but nothing you wouldn't even see in like an FF6. So yeah, that's kind of the issue. It's like, well, so what do we got going on? But yeah, I don't really remember the Live Alive gameplay issue, but I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. It's just like, yeah, you know, different focus. Like, that game has literally entire chapters that have no combat, right? So, and they're the best chapters. And at least that game's like mixing up who you're playing as every few hours, right? Like, I'm still using the same move I used in the beginning now. I don't even have to move in this game. You just spam R1, use auto walk. So yeah, it's one of those weird things. But I for sure I'd agree. Yeah, probably when I'm done today, I'll watch like a run through or speed run or something of the original. I mean, they probably completely destroy it as well. Blitzer was joking around that he said he saw a video where somebody levels to like fucking max in like one fight in this game. Like, I would not fucking doubt it. Like, you could just fucking like completely just have some wild formula abuse. The original, you can get to the same. You probably can't get this strong, but I'm sure you can get pretty fucking juiced. Probably to the same effect. I mean, like, I'm like way stronger than anything we're fighting. Like, you could take like a third off the top, which I am doing right now. It doesn't make any difference. We're gonna get another boss fight. I don't have the nullify status elements on. Because I died in that last fight a bit. Like I said, I just don't think it has. This is not the genre, or at least not the execution of this genre for like this kind of breaking. Or if you like break it, it needs to be like clever, or you're like still within like a reasonable kind of parameters, but like you're clever and you've like figured out how to mess with it. This, it's like you don't have to be clever. You don't even have to try. You just barely grapple with the systems in this and it's over. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out, right? You're not like cleverly trying to like play with like turn delays or anything and like mixing certain items to get really strong. You know, that's fun, the fun kind of breaking. This is like a fucking morbid curiosity, like a novelty, like wow, they really let you do this, right? It's not like, oh, this is like really well thought out. It's like, wow, like, they were okay with this. Like very different from like an FFT or something. Final Fantasy Tactics. I mean, you don't have to get that clever with tactics, but that's an example, I feel like, of a game where it's dynamic enough. There's enough to do in the fights and ways to handle them that it's kind of like cute to kind of like break it. What's a game where it's like you feel clever for breaking it? I mean, a lot of JRPGs, as long as they have enough like combinations of systems and shit. Tui can be clever, yeah. Tui's can be fun. Tui's a fun way to abuse XP gains and shit because of the chaining and stuff. It doesn't push it too far.
ん？ああ、そういえばまだ生きていたのだった。貴様らは手ごわとして本当によく動いてくれた。何が欲しい？金か？それとも地位か？
Sometimes I wonder if they're just taking the piss, even for 1998, dude. I mean, these motherfuckers are on a level of generic evil that's like actually like funny, but like you're supposed to take it serious. Like they could have the atmosphere and storytelling to make these guys who've been in like a 3.7 billion year prison actually like oh wow, they're just that crazy or that ancient, but they're just kind of like they all use the exact like the most expected typical fucking tropey ass fucking bad guy lines. What do you want? Wealth, power? You just have every line, right? And so it's like it wraps around and is like really funny. What's wealth? Dude, I love that they're called the 10 wise men and they're named after angels and shit. I think it's really funny, but like I don't know if the creators were taking the piss or what, dude. Like that's what I ask myself half the time with the systems in this. I'm like, do they just not care? Is that the thing? Is it just supposed to be memorable and goofy and you just break it and you just shit through it in 30 hours and get a laugh and do it again on the other character if you want and try out some different dudes? Like I highly doubt it, man. I mean, that's something you do in like a 5-hour fucking game, so it's just bizarre. Oh, he's got a whole speech, huh? I could just use something for fun. What I got? So I could just do the movement speed one again. Myself 50% attack. Oh, you have to revive it. I haven't even turned off most of my healers like spells. Oh, battle items. Negate MP costs. I guess, yeah, fuck it, man. Because we could turn off a lot of their shitty spells, optimize their play, but it's just like whatever, dude. That'll be it. How many levels do they let you get in this game? Is the post game like insane or something? Or is it one of those games you could just grind forever and just shit through everything? The fucking 10 wise men, dude. This was all part of his plan too. Everybody has a level of plans going higher and higher up. What random stats could I gain here? Oh yeah, Yeah, I don't plan on finding out myself. Let's hope they don't need my other characters. Ooh, the best so bad it's good JRPG story. Oh, man. What is it? There's probably a really good fucking answer. I mean, Kingdom Hearts is pretty funny. Not 3. 3's kind of just sad. Birth by A Dream Drop Distance is really fucking funny. If you count the whole series up through 3, then it's because it's like a layer cake. It's pretty fucking funny, dude. But like you're kind of into it too, in like this fucking bizarre way. But just like pure ass, man. I mean, we got a kick out of Evolution World Story, but it wasn't really like that great. I mean, apparently this one was funny, but only because of the English voice acting before. So it's really hard to really put that in the running. Yeah, I heard that one's really bad in the story department, but I don't know if it's just boring. It's actually like a Soul Hackers 2. Or if it's actually funny. Yeah, the new Fire Emblem was written by the usual team, I think. Where the Three Houses was written by Koei Tecmo. I don't know why they have the shitty writer write any more Fire Emblems, but Fates is a mess. Is it funny? I think it's some funny ones. I'd have to look through the list. Usually JRPG stuff tends to be not the best for so bad it's good. There's like funny moments, absolutely, right? Like goofy, you know, like twice HP man type of shit, right? You know, like that's funny. But that seeps through like every bit of dialogue. It isn't just because of the voice acting. It's hard to say. Kingdom Hearts is pretty funny, man. I guess it depends on the frequency of the story. Like how drawn out the game and the gameplay is. Because like even with the funniest story, man, if the game is like painful for 80% of it gameplay wise, it's like it's hard to put that in there. I feel like there's gotta be something, right? That feels like it should be like a gimme and I just can't think of something. Like Kingdom Hearts is definitely my like guilty pleasure, so bad it's good kind of mix. It's definitely funny bad. Is this the final boss? Are we there? Have we finally arrived? Are my formations intact? No, I need more. Could try to get my orbs up just for shits. Just for a laugh. It's been the last of my shit. Yeah, I've heard some of the Fire Emblem stories are absolutely fucked on story. The Fire Emblem games are fucking screwed. Fates is the one with the DLC, right? Where there's like different campaign DLCs and shit. And they're also supposed to be like really bad stories. Like, I'm sure I've laughed at the end of some JRPG stories. The problem is that consistent funny bad the whole way through. It's hard to topple Kingdom Hearts on that front. The Star Ocean comes up and working for you. Uh-oh, bros. That's the game we're playing right now. No! Alright, nullify status elements. That'll do. Yeah, I've heard that one's like the worst. I couldn't even fucking imagine. Oh no way, I heard integrity and faithlessness is the worst. That's like the fourth one or whatever, 361. Heard the story of 3 is like really fucked. The one after this. I don't know if the game actually is. Sorry, we've been talking a lot of Star Ocean folks today, so I don't remember the mix-up. Yeah, dude, the name Welch Vineyard, man, like, is the game taking itself seriously? I don't know. Not really. As much as any JRPG, I guess, really does. Most of them are taking the piss, but, like, to that level? Where does it start? Where does it stop? Welch Vineyard's like a joke character. But also, it's like, every part of this game a joke? Like, probably not. We're finding it though. On the off chance they actually make me use these characters. I'll like fuck with their HP a bit. I don't know if I want to fuck with these ones though. That's a little too much stats spread for me. Limiters off. Should be. Shinryu, dude. I'd almost prefer if they just went full shitpost, man.
ほう、威勢だけはいいようだな。だがもう遅い。すでに崩壊紋章は完成した。
You're too late again. But don't worry, we have the anti-symbol of annihilation symbol.
これ以上の悪あがきはやめろ。残ったのはもうお前一人だけだ。
悪あがき、もう一人だったら何だというのだ。
All according to plan, brother.
さて、フィリアよ、ゆっくりと楽しむとしようか。こいつらをひねりつぶし、その断末魔の叫びを破滅への除局としよ
う。Where's his laugh? He didn't even laugh, but the fucking translation has a laugh. Did I skip over the laugh somewhere there? Who's Philia? What's this nerd talking about? Just randomly killed someone. Yeah, we find this guy was the father. I have immunity to status elements and somebody just instantly died. God, there's so many fucking items, bro. Surely she'll heal, right, guys? I don't think she believes in it. You didn't get off in time, lady. Rida. My orbs are gone.
50点ぐらいだよな。お、ちょっと照れるな。
何かひらめきからみなぎってくる。
無駄なことを。どうせ宇宙は滅ぶのだ。
But he had a bandage on his forehead or something.
が作動するようになっている。
目的だって。すべてを滅ぼして何を支配するというんだ。
支配だと。支配などできなくてもよいのだ。
なんでそんなことをする。
お前などにはわかるまい。それこそが我々の使命であり、存在意義だったのだ。
なんだ。
作動したようだな。もはやいかなる手段をもってしても。レナさん、
Conspiracy.
結界紋章を
何やってるんだい。早くしないと手遅れになっちまうよ。
Need to shut up. You know, maybe the 10 wise men were actually just bioengineered people to destroy the universe, and the true bad guys were the good guys. The anti-annihilation symbol.
何？どうして？
どうやら始まったようだ。
どういうことです？結界紋章の。
はい。結界紋。
じゃあこの揺れは何なんですか？
I love the fucking scale and how you feel none of it. The entire universe isn't sick, you're just like,
言ったはずだよ。
okay.
結界紋章は破壊すべき対象をそらすことしかできないって。全宇宙を崩壊させるだけのエネルギーを受け止められる場所なんてそうそうないさ。
結界紋章の力によって全てのエネルギーを。
そんなことをしたらエナジーネーデを。
おそらくあと。
そんな。
安心しなって。滅びの時に生じるエネルギーを使ってあんたたちはエナジーネーデから空間転移させるから。そして
そういう問題では。
宇宙そのものが崩壊するよりマシだろ。崩壊紋章は私たちネーデ人が間違えて。
It's just so that they can have a contrived reason to sacrifice these people. But I mean, they'll be there in the post game, so.
それにネーデは長く生きすぎました。その気になれば。
This would be cute if it felt like they were just hanging on, or they were like ghosts of an ancient civilization. But like, you don't feel any like wistful, melancholic anything for their existence, right? There's like children like being born. They're just like a normal society. He's like, well, we've been around for too long. That's it, I think. I mean, are you gonna like teleport the kids?
なんで教えてくれなかったんですか？ナールさんたちがエナジーネーデのみんなが犠牲になると分かっていたら。
Could have like evacuated everyone or something, man. Maybe they still will. Like it's up to these two. Yeah, it just feels like one of those contrived like asshole. Like it's supposed to get you feeling some kind of emotional. It's just like there's no meat there, man. You don't care about these people. You don't care about the plight of the Nadians and their ancient history. They just don't have like anything going on. They've got a theme park.
黙っていてごめん。
そうだ。エナジーネーデの人たちも。いいえ。
Hundreds of millions. There's like 30 people, bro. What about the children? Are they patriotic? Do they care about their homeland that much? It refuses to evolve, then it loses all reason for its existence. Dude, they've survived for fucking like 3-4 fucking bazillion years. Just fine. Their biggest mistake was not killing these fucking jackasses and putting them in a fucking prison cell instead, dude. If anything, they could have been a bit more ruthless, is the lesson to be learned here. Okay, dude, yeah, I'm fucking in tears, man. Let's get to those credits, hey buddy? Quit yapping, dude. We already got our time fucking ass pull, right, to pull back the planet. Okay, it'd be one thing if this guy had been alive for like 4 billion years, right? But he's not. This is just a normal dude. He probably has a little bit extra life than normal, but like... It'd be one thing if this guy was literally like 4 billion years old and he's just like... in like a stall, you know, like in a fucking like... It's just stagnant, right? But like, he's just a guy, man. Good God, the sins of your fathers, man, 4 billion years ago, just... What did you fight for? Now watch them live somehow, anyways. Just because... You know, it's no, I don't think it is. Yeah, definitely half-baked. They hinted at like a hidden history too in the past when you go through the reporter's private action. That there's like some erased history about the wise men and shit. Yeah, the story's definitely a low point. And it needed a better story. Because you can really bust the gameplay open. I mean, nothing wrong with enjoying the story. There's some fun characters and cute little skits here and there. I feel like games before this came out and after definitely had a lot better of a showing. Ooh. Like I said, you don't need to have a big story. I feel like that's really awesome if you've got really good combat and exploration and, you know, cool atmosphere and all that kind of stuff, level design or just pacing, just whatever, right? The problem is I don't think a lot of those elements are strong enough in this, so it really needed some kind of backbone, and the story would have been nice to do that in. Like, the first 2/3 of the story is essentially just like a generic JRPG isekai type of thing, which, that's fine if you build up the characters and the world a bit, which, they don't really do. It picks up a bit when you start making the weapons and the armies are coming at you and stuff. But man, as soon as it goes into this other planet arc, I feel like they ran out of money or something. That's super fucked. Oh, I'm not saying it doesn't have a place in history or something. I mean, they wouldn't remake it if it had nothing going on, but... Yeah, I feel like you got plenty of RPGs that had a nice, bit more focused exploration gameplay, and then especially the story, even before this, even before 1998, quite easily. Like I said, its most unique features is its skill system. And that's kind of a mixed bag for sure. Oh, I lost battery. Thank you, Sony. I still need to play Xenogears. Xenosaga for Yeah, I haven't played it, but from what I understand, they didn't get to really even finish the game they wanted. Sadly. Whoa, let's not get into the Xenoblade talk. Let's stay focused. Didn't Final Fantasy VII come out a year before this game? Yeah, 3's got a pretty sloppy story.
これにて一件落着。私たちの活躍ぶりは一面トップで飾らなきゃ。
Is this the 99 endings thing I've been hearing about?
よし、これで完成だね。理論上はだけどね。実験をしてみ。大丈夫だってば。私たちが作った機械なんだよ。でも、紋章力と機械の力の合成だなんて何？心配性だな。
Cathartic? Like I need to go take a shit.
フレシスの方が能天気すぎるんだよ。
I don't actually think. The different paired endings of the 99? Oh, okay. Yeah. I tried romancing other people, but they kind of ship you with Rena. If you're playing old CC Kenny, I feel like you have to really tank her thing to not have that happen. I think if you just go optimal nice with everybody, it just ends. It must be pretty vanilla. So can you end up with somebody other than Reina? Even though the like one of the few like consistent plot points was their romance? I think that's just super fucking funny. You can.
ねえ、アシトン。先ほどの服とどちらが似合うと思います？
どっちでもいいと思うよ。
なんですの？その返事。私の。
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
だったらどういうつもりなんですか？
Yeah, I just had everybody at max. I just kind of just picks whoever, I
なん
guess.
ていうか、どちらもすごく似合ってるから選べないっていうか、その。
I didn't know if it was just pairings because I didn't want to get like spoiled, or if it was like if you had them at 5 stars, you get some extra, and then there's pairings. I was like, why not have them all be friendly? They're companions, right?
でしたら。
え？
よろしいですわね。
ああ。とほほ。
And my guy's the biggie.
ねえクロード、今度はいつ帰ってこれるの？
そうだな。セクターベータでの軍事演習だから半年くらいかかるかな。
6 months, dude.
そうなんだ。気をつけ
Is
て
he
ね。
just gonna be like his daddy here? Leave his wife behind?
いつもいつも。
うん、いいのよ。だ、それに大丈夫よ。もう私は一人じゃないから。
I don't know, dude. Like, what the fuck? You think he'd be different than his dad?
え？もう鈍いんだから。半年後にはお父さんになるっ
She's
ていうのに。
pregnant. My man's going out on fucking like 6-month leave after saving the universe. Not leave, but going out on duty again. He just saved the universe. Think he could get a few years, man. Break. So did his dad actually die? What the? That was it? Wow, dude, he really learned from his father there. What the fuck, dude? He's just dead. Isn't he like the main character of the first game? He just got fucking evaporated, dude. I feel like that was a fine plot point, but they handled it with like no grace or impact or anything. So it felt like he was just gonna come back. Like, Jesus, if you're gonna actually kill his father and the main character of the first game, like, you should probably dig into that a little bit. Why Oh, guy's going out on. He's leaving her alone for 6 months. He's gonna come back, and she's gonna find out he's not the father, man. Jesus, dude. I mean, the story wasn't much of anything for most of it, but it really fucking tanked, man. Good God. I get like in a remake, you don't want to change it too much, but I mean, hell, I would have took a fucking rewrite. Changed the spirit of it too much then. Because, you know, all the other shit didn't, right? Well, I don't know if there's an epilogue or what, but whew, that didn't leave the best taste. Anyways, this was okay. I don't think the exploration is particularly great. It's there. You can kind of do stuff in some orders, but it's relatively linear and limited on what you can do, which isn't really the worst thing if you have other things to lean on, right? Like there's some linear RPGs out there. Those things being, you know, like combat, story, you know, the audiovisual side of things can be strong enough to carry, right? I think on the audiovisual side of things, it's okay. I mean, I think the HD texture work is a little jarring against the sprites, but you get used to it. It feels budget at times, especially in the overworld, but it's okay enough. I think the environments and stuff are kind of generic. I think for sci-fi, I expected a little bit more of a mix, a little bit more creative stuff. There was 2 cube dungeons out of like the probably 10-15 dungeons in the game. Like, Christ, man. Yeah, they're not really like pushing the envelope at all. But I mean, it's serviceable on that front. But the combat, very like Tales, very mashy, and more importantly, the systems in the back end. How at even the slightest push, you can break this game wide open. It's interesting. I think it's a cool novelty. It's fun, but like it's a double-edged sword because it also just kind of like means you don't interact with like the combat, or you don't care about rewards or anything ever again. So that hurts exploration even more. And then the story, it's like, well, you know, all those things could be fucked, but maybe it took out a really nice story, right? You know, I liked some of the characters conceptually. I like some of the skits. They could be fun, but I think everybody's pretty underbaked. I think even for 98, it's pretty tropey. And that's kind of the meat of the whole thing. It gets oddly fixated on random arcs, like the Dios arc. Like, our guy's supposed to be having this arc where he feels like he's not good enough, but everything we've seen in the game, he's extremely capable, extremely confident, extremely gung-ho great guy. But he's like, you're supposed to think he's like, just for a few minutes he's like not feeling that, but he is. And so they try to work that into this Dios storyline, and it's just super obsessed with it for like half of the game. But I feel like it should be building these characters, their backstory, and kind of working the world a little bit. And it just doesn't really do any of that. Not to mention almost every party member's optional, which is cute in a gameplay sense, but bad in a story sense because they don't put in the time to build the characters or have complex enough conversations because there's so many possibilities. So it just like, the characters might have cute archetypes and fun designs, and I like the art a lot on the characters and the expressions and stuff in this version, but like they just don't really go anywhere, right? Like, you had one quest line with Ashton where he actually had stuff going on, and that's why it feels like they like ran out of money. You just get like less and less stuff as you go, not to mention you're getting party members at the very end of the game. And like, you get the journalist lady, and like, what's her story? She's just a journalist, and then one of her like 3 PAs is she's just like in love with fucking CC Kenny, and it's just like, I don't even know you. That's just like, it's just goofy shit. So I don't think it can rely on the story either. So it's like, well, what does it have, right? It has a very novel, game-breaking set of like systems that are very hard to understand right off the bat, but you know, are pretty powerful. So that's cute. It has different main protagonists that, I mean, clearly there's like different party members you can get, which who cares, because the game just, I mean, you have to like fucking handicap yourself to even be able to test the characters. So it's like, yeah, you get different people, you get different story beats, so that's cool, right? So it's like, but I just don't think there's enough else going on. Like, it's serviceable, I don't hate it, it's just like fine, but I don't know. I think probably, I haven't played the original, but I think it probably pushes the quality of life too far. I don't think the systems in this game ever should have been this easy to work. I think they're fundamentally a bad idea for a generic JRPG system. Breaking a generic JRPG is not as fun as breaking like a sandbox game, right? Oh, sorry, one sec, let me read what you're saying, I apologize. Random Trees on Earth, why did Claw trap her there? Why not put her in her home? They could have raised her. She said she was coming back, remember? Remember that? Remember she said that? She's like, I will be back, because my mother's here that raised me. And she's trapped on Earth, giving birth in a fucking dumpster, man. In a steel coffin. Thanks, Claude. You really learned from your father and those flashbacks, man. Field dungeons at the end kind of make me feel like they're sort of ideological conflict and Wiseman. Yeah, I feel like there could have been like more story in the field dungeons. I feel like the pace of the finale was bad. You're like going to the finale and then you get like destroyed and then you have to like go back and you do another filler arc where you go get more ore for another weapon, which you've already done in the game. Like, they should have been like slowly had you explore what this place was, and then you find the people that can give you exposition. Instead, it's immediate exposition, and then immediate MacGuffin farm, and then a filler arc for like ore. Like, have it so instead of those 4 dungeons, you're learning about the wise men, you're learning about your characters. They try to throw a few like flashbacks in there to try to give like character development to Claude and Rena, but it's like, dude, this is the last 5 hours of the game. Maybe you should have thought about that 30 fucking hours ago, man. So it's like, it's just too fucking late at that point. Like, yeah, okay, you know, his dad could have been cooler. Maybe you could have had that in the arc where he felt like he wasn't good enough, you know? Not to mention, a lot of the characterization's only in PAs, and they make them easy to find here, but I bet I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even tell you where they are in the original. You just miss half the fuck. I wouldn't be surprised you just miss most of the characterization. And like I said, even that's threadbare. So it's just odd. It's poorly paced. They could have gotten you into the civilization. Could have changed it so that maybe they were immortal. They're like frozen in time, right? So that there was kind of this like melancholic, you know, we gotta let go kind of thing to save the people who are actually alive kind of deal. But instead they're just like actual people. There's children who were just born. Some of them got evaporated, and then these two just decided they're gonna kill everybody. It's just like, what is the plot point? Like, if you're gonna write the most like tropey, like generic, convenient conflicts and stuff, you could at least have like a convenient cop out. Like the people they let stay dead is like the most bizarre shit. Yeah. The kids were like, you know what? I'm cool with it, G. I'm a fucking patriot. I'm gonna die with the ship. And I'm like fucking 2 years old, dude. It's like, it's really funny. Like, this game sometimes I'm like, I don't know if they're taking the piss sometimes, or they just ran out of money or didn't have like a vision or what. Because like, there's no way they could have thought all of these crazy skills that break the game was like truly a good idea. Like, it's not very cohesive. It's not very tightly designed. You just poke it and it just explodes. The story's like just fucking like, what is going on? Why are we so fixated on the Dios thing? Why is there romance options and yet it's all the whole story's about like a single romance? Like why? Like it's like a game called fucking Star Ocean and it's just a fucking like medieval isekai for like 90% of it. It's just like, I feel like they just threw everything at the wall and it was like, what's gonna stick? And like they just didn't give a fuck after that. I haven't played any Star Ocean. This is my first. I almost want to play more if they're this like interestingly fucked, but it's not gonna be the top of my food chain. I got a lot of JRPGs to play. Is 4 Integrity and Faithlessness? Which one is that? Isn't T2 now? Well, or is that 5? 3's good, but annoying with the forced recruits. We're not here to negotiate. I've heard 3 and 4, was it, are good? Yeah, Last Hope was supposed to be good. It was what I heard from other Star Ocean people. So, I don't know. I'd be willing to play more. We've had some people come in here and shoot the shit. Last Hope's bad. See, I don't know. I don't know if is there any Star Ocean game people actually unanimously think is good. It's almost an interesting series just because of that. Like I've always considered it from just looking in, like just kind of like a mediocre, like mid-budget kind of RPG series, and you know that doesn't mean there's nothing interesting going on in them, but like I almost never see people singing like to the high fucking, you know, halls about like a Star Ocean game, and it's just like, was this the one? No, and if you like these games, I'm not calling you out. I'm just like genuinely curious, like which ones are the ones. I'm willing to play more someday. Nah, it's not gonna be a high priority. I got a lot of stuff to play with. Yeah, I've heard 3 stories as a shit show. Or did not want to do itself. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I knew about this series hardly was the patchwork titty ass chick from 5 going into this. And I was like, okay, I can get behind it. Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean, if people had fun, you could literally eat your own shit, and if you enjoyed it, that's awesome. Right? I'm not saying this is equivalent to eating shit, but like, you know, live your life. I definitely not. And I think there's things to like here. I don't think it's just atrocious, right? I mean, it's not like horrible. I thought it was just okay, right? It was fine. I'm just kind of like harping on the bad shit. Like I said, you can have some fun breaking it. If you limit yourself, there's probably a little bit more fun to be had in some other areas. Obviously, the original English dub is supposed to be really funny. I mean, 1998, some of these tropes and stuff aren't going to hurt as hard. I think it still is pretty bad on that front. I think in 98, you might roll your eyes a bit at some of these. 2023, your eyes are rolling in the back of your fucking head. I mean, tropes are a reason. They're effective to a certain extent, so that's not like the worst thing. But 6 came out 2 years ago. It was in that kind of deluge of like mid-budget Square Enix games, like Diofield Chronicles and shit. It was supposed to be alright. It's budget, which there's nothing wrong with budget. Your story's fine. People are just babies about. Okay. I mean, if it's a funnier, more fucked story, I mean, I'm down. Let's wrap this up as we talk. Yeah, and I was talking about music too. It's like the music's cool in this, but then they just reuse all the same songs for the sci-fi area, and I'm like, really? That's the time when you want to have new music, right? To make it feel different. And it's like that's where I really feel like they ran out of money. The Sakuraba is just like reusing the first area soundtrack for the new area, and it's like that's odd. It was something like Everyday Life. So what is it called? Yeah, it was just kind of like, damn, you know. Various Day Life. it was in that deluge of like questionably budgeted Square Enix games. Yeah, Ned didn't get a battle theme. It's just odd, yeah, right? And that's what I'm saying is like, is it budget? Is it a lack of vision? Where they just, I mean, this is their second game, Trios, the second game. It's not these people's second game. I'm sure these are there's some veterans in here somewhere, but like, is it just like a lack of know-how, or like they just didn't think about it? I think is like FF6 already came out, baby. Little Live already came out. Chrono Trigger already came out. FF7 came out a year before. You know, all sorts of shit has already come out. And it's like, just because there's games that are better doesn't mean a game is like bad, right? Like then everything's bad except like whatever the best is. But like, isn't there some lessons even there, right? You know, like, like is anybody paying attention, right? That's why I'm like, there's budget, like just simple shit like that, man. Like just one new song. Like, I mean, that's an eternal battle in RPGs, though. Most RPGs I'm playing, I'm like, why is there not a song here, right? You get the rarities like SMT, which actually have fucking music everywhere, and it's awesome. Or like Etrian Odyssey, but like most of them will just questionably not have like new battle songs, or like, I guess Final Fantasy's good about it, right? I've liked most Tales games better than this that I've played. Vesperia for sure. That was my favorite Tales game I've played so far. I mean, more fun, fleshed out characters with more side skits that can show you sides of them you don't, get to see normally. That's what this game tries to do with its PAs, but it also tries to give them their entire characterization in those. It's just not enough, right? I mean, obviously it's not a broken game, so the combat feels, while still mashy, has like a little bit more weight to it, it's a little bit more fun there. And the pace in the world and exploration's a little tighter. I haven't played Vesperia since high school, but I would say that Vesperia is definitely, when I've been playing this, I've brought up Tales a lot. I think this Star Ocean is very similar to Tales, and I mean, I guess there's a lot of similar talent, right? I mean, Sakuraba, music and stuff, the art, and the special edition I think was Trails People art, possibly. Trice, did they just work on Tales? I don't remember. I mean, it's Namco Bandai these days, right? So it's like, I would just say, yeah, most Tales games I've played, and I've only played Symphonia, Vesperia. Berseria is questionably better than this. Arise is better in some ways. Arise has a problem of having too much writing. Way too much fucking platitude heavy writing. Berseria has awesome characters and godly skits. The skits are like, you should just play Berseria for the skits. The rest is whatever. Arise is like the flip side. There's like too much story. The combat isn't like great action combat, but for Tales it's pretty fun, like infinite combo shit. And it has a pretty cool exploration thing going on for Tales, but like holy fuck. They ran out of money. It has the most exposition. It was like, I think I timed it. It was like 3 hours of like exposition or something. Something insane. And it's just so sloppy and shitty by the end of it. And the game is so full of just these non-stop, circular talking, platitude-heavy assholes. And there's like barely any joy in any of the skits anymore. They even have that hot knight chick, and she's just boring, dude. Sure, Sharkopolis. I wouldn't disagree. I think the story of that game's not very good either, especially because it has to try to tie in as Zestiria, which I haven't played yet. I'd play it for the fucking gay lovers or whatever, man, but that's about it. Like, I've heard that one's pretty bad. Yeah. The next Tales game I plan on playing is Abyss. The story was nonsense. I mean, Violet or whatever her name is was edgy, and she was wronged when she was churning butter on the prairie or whatever. And then she's out to get revenge, and everybody's there too, I guess. And then the end is just some madman bullshit to tie in as Asteria, where everybody sacrifices themselves. Yeah, it's like I only care about the yaoi part, and I'm like, I don't know if that's enough to play a Tales game. Like I said, I'd like to play Abyss. I think Hearts was supposed to be okay. I'm interested in Xillia. I'd like to play Fantasia through all the way just because it's the first one. But for the most part, just Abyss. I hear like the Symphonia sequel's not good. Zestiria not good. I don't know. I'm scared for the series going forward. Arise, it's like more production value than Berseria and better in some ways, but also like, holy fuck, dude, they need to get a grip on the writing. PS2. Oh really, Muton? Yeah, Abyss is the one I always hear kind of in the same vein as like Vesperia and Symphonia. So. Legendia does. Yeah. There's a lot of them. I'm definitely more interested in playing most of the Tales games than any more Star Oceans for now. And I'm more interested in playing a lot of RPGs before leaving that, but Abyss is up there. Yeah. It'd be interesting to replay Symphonia too. That was one of my earlier RPGs, and I think it's also one of my most replayed. I haven't replayed it since I was a kid, but the New Game Plus system was novel to me back then. And every time you beat it, you got like one of those Giga Crystals, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna get more Giga Crystals. I like that take, Sharkopolis. Sakuraba has some really good stuff, like Eternal Sonata and all that, but especially nowadays, the dude has like like one kind of, he's not quite what's the Attack on Titan guy? He did Xenoblade X. Like too much of his stuff sounds just the same. Like even this, like there was a few cool songs, but I'm not picking up the soundtrack for this, and this is supposed to be one of his best. Like I said, I really like Eternal Sonata's music. I mean, a lot of it's because they actually use like Chopin, but that's Sakuraba. Dark Souls has a pretty cool soundtrack. That's Sakuraba. They ditch him, obviously. And you could tell which songs are like his and Dark Souls 3 because they really stick out as not as good as the rest of them, but like it creates a cool sound. But man, his like valedictory elegy shit, like from Baten Kaitos and stuff, like good music, but he overdoes the same sounding shit way too often for me. Like I said, I like Eternal Sonata, I like Baten Kaitos' music. I don't think he's like bad, but yeah, mid is probably a good way to describe it. It's no Meguro, you know, it's no Uematsu. I don't think he phones it in quite as much as like some composers I know. Like the anime side of things, the new Fate movies were some of the most phoned in fucking samey ass music from like a well-known composer. Yeah, the guy who actually did the Chrono Trigger music, I think. Yasunori Mitsuda did a few songs. Xenoblade was mostly done by what's-her-face. Right? Wasn't it? The chick who does Kingdom Hearts and like Live Alive and Street Fighter and shit. No, I don't like Sea Stars a whole lot. You're in good company there. Yoko Shimomura, right? I played Sea of Stars a month ago, and in the first 10 hours I was like, this is pretty good. And then I was like, by the end of it I was like, god damn, I don't know if I like this. I 100%ed it. I would say overall it was just like fine, but good god, now That's that story, that tone, those characters, how on rails that game is, how easily broken it is, despite having no depth to the gameplay. I'm just like, holy fuck, man. Like, the art's great. I mean, that's clearly where most of the people went, and I respect it. You know, it's an indie game with some passion put into it. I've watched some podcasts and stuff with the director talking, and you know, he's passionate, but I'm like, I just don't like the fucking game that much. I played Chained Echoes right after, and I liked that way better, and that was made by like one dude. But it refused to get that true ending. Yeah, I got the true ending. But I mean, it's just goofy. Because it's just about that fucking really shitty fucking character that the whole game's completely overly focused on. I don't know. That game, I mean, we can get into it. Because I've already gotten into that game already like 20 times during this playthrough. But like, I'm always down to get into it again. I liked Chain Echoes. I think if you're after a very strong story, it's written by someone whose English is not their first language, so it's got some stilted dialogue. But it hits the right beats and has the right skeleton for a solid story. Fun little archetypes for characters and a pretty well-paced plot. Some okay lore and stuff. But in terms of side content, if you're the kind of person who likes to do all the side content, it's really neat. It's got this like neat grid system where you connect the grid by doing side stuff, and then like the more you connect, the more levels you like get for your characters and weird shit. And, really cool side stuff. Strong music, way better than Sea of Stars music. I got so tired of that fucking synth solos with the wavy, whiny synths in every fucking song in Sea of Stars. I was gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. Chained Echoes was pretty good. It felt more... So Sea of Stars felt like it was imitating the old JRPGs. I would say Chained Echoes actually felt like it could have been like a PS1, PS2 era JRPG. I don't think it's knocking it around with the best of them, but like you could be like, oh yeah, you know, this has the spirit of like a PS2 era JRPG. It's got its own unique combat. It's got some superfluous systems I think that are like could have cut out. It tries to kind of do a lot of everything. But like, it has the spirit of it. It's got like the fun characters. It's got the pacing. It's got variety. It's got music that actually has like atmosphere. It could be close to. Yeah, the Touhou SMT game is supposed to be pretty good. That just came out. The weave. I mean, you know, that's a red flag. I don't think I would drop it for that or anything, but it's a red flag. I get to start. Sometimes that's all it takes. Oh man, God, that too. If you got an E-celebrity in your game, it's time to start sweating bullets a little bit. Bad year for the Game Warrior. The best indie game of the year. Yeah, it's like, and I respect it as I respect the you know, I hope they do well and they make, you know, and keep improving, but yeah, I just don't. I mean, I have a big problem with the tone of Sea of Stars. Like I said, I think it's sickly sweet, like saccharine. It's completely fucking, like, way too goody two shoes. I don't need, like, dark, nasty shit, but, like, it is, like, to, like, a fucking level I'm just, like, despite having, like, no depth on any of its characters, it is just, like, still is just way too overboard, man, on the good feels, man. Well, yeah, the Game Wars have always been a joke. And people are laying into them this year for stuff that they should have been laying into them for the last 5 or 6 years, but I guess finally, the 30-second speeches is what broke the camel's back. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I mean, that's... most of the channel's just shooting the shit, so... I got another RPG coming soon. I'm doing Tactics Ogre, the remake. That's supposed to be long as fuck, so I might do a couple small... do a horror game in between. Yeah. Well, it's good to hear some other Sea of Stars, I don't want to say dislikers, but questioners. I've got a lot of games to play. We'll get to them. Sea of Stars realists, yeah. I mean, the thing is, Sea of Stars, if you, I mean, you shouldn't take much stock in reviews. But even Sea of Stars, I mean, it's on Steam, if you care about that as a metric, it's dipped beneath 90. I mean, it's not like, that's why it's weird to me, is because, like, I don't even know if general opinion on it is, like, that glowing for how good of a year this was for games. How many great games that actually came out. I'm just surprised, like, Sea of Stars really is, like, so many people's top game. Is it just because it's one of the most popular indies of the year? Like, what's my Void Stranger, bros? You need to bring Vinny and the boys to break my fucking kneecaps. I mean, there's a lot to like about it. I mean, I played it on a lot of people's recommendation. If you buy into the tone, it's a very happy game. It's very simple. It's action command combat, which is, you know, a little bit more engaging for some people, right? Like, it's like Paper Mario. You know, it has great art, so if you're just all into the visuals and you're taking it real slow, it's fine, right? Like, those things can be cool, right? I mean, the dungeon exploration was cool for a bit until they stopped giving you new mechanics, like, 10 hours in, but, like, there's some things to like there. I just find those, like, to be very dependent on taste, and a lot of them aren't really as strong as I'd like, right? Like, the visuals are the only thing I would consider actually, like, really good, and it's very, very heavy on variety. Almost every hour you're going to a completely new visual location, but, like, it's just not enough. And for some people it is. Like, maybe you play it over like 3 months, and so you never get tired of the combat, and you just forgot about the story. So it's awesome, but, like, I'm just like, eh. Yeah, I still gotta do Wildlands. It's on my list. Well, general opinion's good, but there's, like, just enough people, I feel like, on some metrics that question it, where it's like, how does it win the Indie of the Year when there's so many things that came out that are, like, universally loved? But we shouldn't get into the VGAs. That's always a joke. Dude, I love the villain speech, man, where he's like, hey man, how you been? What did you have for dinner last night? And he's supposed to be like the flesh mancer or whatever, and you're just like, you can see what they're trying to do. It's supposed to be like this casual, like, he's so crazy and evil, I can't believe he was just, like, casual there, he's just some guy, or like it's subversive or something. But it's like, what? That's lame, dude. It made him look like the most lame fuck, dude. It's just so stupid. I love the fucking ending of that game too. Like, cause he just gets away with it. He gets Kingdom Hearts 3, dude. He just fucking, the fucking guy pats him on the fucking back, tells him, hey man, you know, all that genocide and evil shit you did, it's okay, I'm gonna go handle it. And then everybody's like, sure dude, and then he just gets away with it. Like, the game's so happy, good feel. You get, like, mega ultra evil man, and he just gets away with it at the end, dude. Like, you cannot, any teeth, man, no teeth in that game story. Alright, let's wrap this piece up, man. Yeah, like, I didn't hate the dungeons, but your adventure Fantastic Space Odyssey has just begun. What? What is Fantastic Space Odyssey? I wish this was a Space Odyssey. This was a fucking isekai, dude. The remake is harder? As a level cap? Well, you just can't grind through everything? Is that the idea? I mean, I usually don't grind. So. I wish it was like a Star Trek episode. At least they had some thought-provoking shit in Star Trek at times, right? Who wants to collect all 99? Oh, that was another thing in Sea of Stars, dude. The fucking, it wasn't quite meme dialogue. Like, they didn't just input memes like a Borderlands or something, but like, holy fuck, the meta jokes about RPG tropes and like the fucking modern terminology. Like, yeah, man, you want a quick way to turn me off your game and your fantasy game? Put modern fucking like internet lingo on there, dude. Like, please fucking don't. I hate that shit. It says haha. Well, you're gonna be sipping a lot when I start playing Cold Steel this year, dude. Isn't that the haha game? Well, I'm fine with meta jokes. I liked the chromatic aberration because it's kind of like, if you don't know, it's still cool enough. But like some of the pirates and stuff who are just like pure meta, it's just like, oh my god, like it's so blatant. Give it to me more subtle, right? Or if you know, you know, and it's kind of like, oh, that's funny. But it just was not. It wasn't the worst I've played on that front, but it definitely was the red flag. I'm playing Etrian too, man. Relax, bro. There's too many RPGs. These damn RPG folks. Calm yourselves. Gotta play fucking Yakuza in January too. An RPG now. It's funny that that's an RPG now. SMT right now. But what if I want to play Raiden instead first? Not that. It's been a bit since I played an SMT game. I savor my SMT playthrough. Damn, that was the end, dude. Mama fucking Mia. Jesus Christ. I don't know, man, on this one. It was alright. I mean, I was getting a bit bored, get tired of it by the end. I think the pace of it. I think once you got into that last third on the new planet, it just was all over the place. And like in the first 2/3, you're expecting it to go somewhere, so you have that kind of like anticipation, which really can smooth over a lot of problems because you're like, oh, something's coming, right? But I think when you get there, am I gonna get DMCA'd for this? I think once you get there, you realize, oh no, like the best times are behind us. And it's like, oof. Like it doesn't even feel like a big journey either. It feels very like small for a space game. Yeah, 2 seconds. They got me, dudes. Somebody's gonna be knocking on my door any minute. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like that they redid a lot of stuff. They clearly like had thought about this game a bit more and thought, you know, what can we do to just fuck with it. They didn't like just port it, which I mean I'm fine with if they price point it correctly. I would say, like I said, like some of the assets and stuff, $50 maybe is a little steep, but I mean they seem to, I haven't played the original, but keep enough of the spirit. They didn't change the story, how broken things were. I would say the biggest problem, from what I can tell of like what they've changed, is the quality of life is probably a little too much, which is weird to say. The accessibility is too much. Telling everyone where to go at all times without any way to turn it off. I think even in Live Alive I could turn it off. That kind of ruins any kind of agency you have in exploration. Making this really fundamentally fucked like trade skill system easier to actually engage with is probably a mistake because it was a mistake in the first place. It's also its most interesting part of the game. I'll remember it forever and talk about it forever, but like it needed a complete redesign. But I get they don't want to do that. So it's like, well, fuck it. It's already fucked. Let's just make it easier for people to work with. I get that. I don't think it's really bad on their part, but I think it highlights really big issues with this game, probably when the original. So it's like, you know, that's kind of an issue. In terms of that, I mean, I can't really speak of it as a remake too much because I didn't play the original. I ain't touching Triangle Strategy again. That was another one, man, I had issues with, but I see a lot of people like. That game had an issue with story, man. Way too much writing for having very little nuance or into like, I feel like complex like planning or intelligence or anything going on. Everything was so simple, so basic for a fucking politically driven like faction war. But it had so much writing anyways. And like I don't remember any of the characters. It's just like odd. Like the combat was fine if like it was like, you know, 90% of the game. The great anime novel. Octopath 2. I liked Octopath 2 just fine, but it's got some goofy shit for sure. I think out of all of their original games I've played, which is Octopath 1, 2, and Triangle Strategy 2 is definitely my favorite. It's the only one I'd call a good game. Octopath 1's like decent. Like Triangle Strategy is like eh. Oh, a couple are funny. I mean, see, the thing is you get DC Douglas in some of the Octopath 2 shit, which really makes it funnier. And that's how I imagine the original dub for this is. The VA just makes it great. Like, you throw DC Douglas in anything, and he's chewing the scenery, dude. You know it's going to be funny. So. But yeah, there's some pretty shit ones. The ones I thought were going to be good in Octopath 2 were the worst ones. And the ones I thought were going to be shit were like the best ones, which was odd. But anyways, I'm getting distracted here. There's so much to talk about with these. You're gonna have fun with Cold Steel. Oh yeah, I really like the Trails game so far, but I know Cold Steel is like a turning point, and getting more shonen anime waifu, and I don't have a problem with any of those things. But I really like Trails for its slow burn and its heavy character focus and like detailed writing. I mean, I think a lot of Trails games still have issues, especially in the finales, but I know Cold Steel's way different. I know they're way longer, way more shonen, way more fucking like goofy protagonist bullshit. I'm looking forward to them. They got a lot of people in here who want to talk about them. So, invented light novels. Is that the actual great anime novel? Right. Yeah. I'm fine with that. I mean, it's like a Trails 1 I like better than 2 for that reason. But I mean, the crossbow games are the best. But yeah. We'll see. We will see. We'll definitely at least get one of those started the first half of this next year, because I need to get going on them. I did Crossbow 1 and 2 this year, pretty quick after each other, but I don't know about 4+ Cold Steel games, which are like twice as long as each of the Crossbows. How quickly I get to it. I need to really start a Fire Emblem too. I need to get started on that series. I need to at least just get one out at some point here. Probably some funny fucking bad stories once you get to the 3DS one. Yeah. I'm not touching Wargroove 2, man. No, dude. I didn't. Wargroove 1 I had way too many issues with. It's just a slog of a game. And I like Advance Wars. But yeah, so anyways, this game, I don't know. It felt more budget for sure than Live Alive. Live Alive felt like it had, as far as HD 2D goes, which I'm pretty iffy on HD 2D, especially the Octopath original IP dev ones. but this one felt more budget than Live Alive did for sure. I think part of it is that it is kind of showing a more generic locales, so you have a lot of comparison in other games. They went for much more high res textures against sprites, which kind of makes it look a little cheaper in the overworld. I think there's cool camera work and some of the locations are neat, but I just don't think they probably had that much to work with in the first place. I don't think they really leverage the sci-fi very well in this. There's just, like, unless you completely redesign each area, it's like trying to capture the spirit of it. I mean, they're just not interesting enough, so it kind of gives them a cheapish feel. Obviously, the super fast last third feels like something that was because they ran out of money in the original, so it just kind of has this aura of like slop at times. So Live Alive, I think, is still the gold standard for HD 2D games, and it's just really good. But we'll see. Dragon Quest III, bros. I'm not replaying it. I did a whole series playthrough at Dragon Quest over the last couple of years. I don't have nostalgia for Dragon Quest 3, so I'll watch it, but I'm not gonna play it. And that fucking remake's been MIA, man. What the hell happened? It's been fucking being pushed around forever, I thought. Yeah, it came out and I just like, did anybody play it? Yeah, like, it was made by a different dev too. It's not the same devs. And I mean, maybe they fixed up some of it. I don't know. I mean, the story was pretty weak in that, which was whatever. But my biggest problem with Wargroove was the maps were just too fucking long. They were so fucking drawn out. Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, it sucks because I want more Advanced Wars shit, but it's just like, dude. Advanced Wars had clever bite-sized maps. They weren't all fucking like macro heavy. Like, I'd play an RTS. I want to get into that shit, or like a 4X or something. But yeah. Anyways, I guess final words on this one. It was alright. It was okay. I don't think it was as good as I was hoping, but I wasn't really hoping for a lot as well. I definitely did not expect some of the systems in this. They were like baffling, but also interesting. I guess as someone who's, played a lot of these RPGs, that kind of novelty is important. It's at least memorable for me, but yeah, I think it's too fundamentally just fucked. I think the game's just a broken mess for most of it. It's a weak story, but there's things to like here. It's not just bad. I can see why they thought this was the best one to remake. Well, I haven't played the others, but like there's things enough here that it's like you could warrant a remake. I feel like they're also trying to kind of like spark more interest in Star Ocean. They've got a lot to remake. I'm sure Square Enix will be like, ooh, people want to play Star Ocean. We could remake all the other ones, you know, like, here's some more money, right? Because they've been remaking shit left and right. I think Dragon Quest is a good one for them to do, which they are starting to do. Right. Yeah. And that 1998 charm with the shitty dub and not being able to, like, having so bad quality of life that you actually don't notice how bad the systems are, it's probably to its benefit. Like I said, I get in a remake, they don't have much choice on this, right? Like, you're not going to just fundamentally change all the systems. But, like, I feel like highlighting how fucked the systems are and then adding more systems on top of that are equally fucked, maybe not the best thing for appreciating this game. It's good for people who just want to replay it, for nostalgia people, because it's just easier to access. But for people playing it for the first time, it's like, you know, You might not want to actually go that hard, but you just breathe on the game. It's one of those, and it's broken. It's over. Here we go, man. We're winding it up. Goda doesn't like Xenoblade 1. It's been a while since I played the story, or played through it. I could understand that the story's maybe not there for you. Or maybe that's just my feelings of Xenoblade 3's the story being really shit. But yeah, I think its highest highs for me are great visual design, a great setting, good music, a nice feeling of scale. Its lows are shitty side quests, although it can be fun to just brain off. It's not great for me streaming because I can't really brain off unless I'm chit-chatting with folks. And its mids are like okay combat, story that's got some cool concepts, some strong characters, but kind of falls into Tropeville. And then yeah, I don't know what else. It's been a while. I thought it was impressive at the time, but mostly on the visual setting kind of sort of exploration realm. I thought 2 was a more fun game with better side content, but a fucking really shitty, questionable story at times. I mean, the titties are nice, I guess, but it's aggressively anime, and I like anime, but like in a bad way. It had a worse dub too. And then 3, I think, is just a fucking mess, man. In some ways, it's like better, but it's just got such a shit story, dude. Like, it's got cool exploration at times, and it's got some solid side stuff and okay combat here and there, but I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I like 3 the least. At least 2 is just like an honest TNA anime game. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with 3 is it kind of feels like it's a fucking little game's a filler arc at times, but I don't want to get too into it. Let's try not to spoil 3, by the way. I didn't even mention that, because Godo is going to play it. He's going to stream it for us, right? We get the play-by-play every time somebody loses in a cutscene, which is like every fight we get a laugh live. Right, bro? How about Xenoblade 3 is one of the few games that I did off-stream for most of it, because I found it more fun to just watch something on the side and play it. It was a rougher one to actually streaming it. I just wasn't in the mood. I'll be streaming SMT2 at some point. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Xenoblade's like ultra overrated or anything, the first one. I think it's pretty cool, but there's definitely, it's not perfect. It has issues. And I think depending on what you value a lot, especially stuff like story, it can run in some pitfalls. I do hope that after 3 now, they're kind of done with that arc of everything. I'd really like them to kind of like do something different. I didn't like Future Reconnected much either, or Future Redeemed. I didn't play Torna, that was the only one I played. I gotta say, I don't like Xenox much either. Well, I shouldn't say that. I think it's fine. I gotta be careful when I'm being negative about some of these, because I don't think it's like bad. But that one I find to be way more overrated. People who like Xenoblade X really fucking like it, and I'm just like, I think you just really have to buy into the side content and the completionist stuff, because if you don't, there's just nothing there. It's got the worst of stories easily. Yeah, it's one of those that's like cool to just like fill out your Wii U fucking map nonstop, which is cool. And I guess if you like Sawano's music, which I like Guilty Crown Samano, and I liked his old Attack on Titan shit and all that, but he's another Sakuraba type where he just sounds the same every fucking time he does music. So that got old. I mean, it's funny to make fun of, but character designs look like shit. There's so many systems in that game you have to wrap your head around, and then they introduced the mechs. It's cool flying around in a mech and stuff, but like the setting's just not as interesting. The story's a cliffhanger. Like, it's just, I don't know, I have a lot of issues with X. It's neat. And it'd be cool to see it get ported to the Switch to see more people actually have a take on it, because really not that many people played it. But also not be playing it. Yeah, you might like X more. I mean, the story's worse, but there's less story than most Xenoblade games. It really is just kind of like a... It's like if you just had 3 side content, and that was just the whole game. And there's also a mech, and it's just one big map. We're listening to Sakuraba music. Before he got into his heavy vocals from Dark Souls age. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should I get the 1, 2, 3, 4 out? Let me see if I can. Yeah, I also think Xenoblade 1 has like the best soundtrack of all of them. Some of those slap. 2's got a few bangers. I didn't even get 3's soundtrack, dude. So I haven't played Xenogears yet, but I'm gonna play Xenosaga before. It's just gonna be weird. I really want to play an actual fucking like space opera, like space like JRPG. This was time I Rogue Galaxy. I wonder if that's any good. But, like, I just really want to like play like a space one. And I know Xenosaga is supposed to be fucked in a lot of ways, but I just find it interesting, man. Here we go, baby. Let's go. My jam, dude. These fucking songs, man. Every time you come back to New LA. What the fuck kind of city name was that for a space fucking sci-fi game? Yeah, new new fucking dump, man. I can't wait, dude. Get excited for space, man. Welcome to New Detroit. Yeah, you might like X. I mean, X definitely is like carving out its own thing more than the other 3 Xenoblades. They're a bit more samey between each other. One, two, three, four. My Earthbound memes, dude. I still gotta play Mother 3 too. Jesus. I do like Earthbound. That one lived up to the hype. Look how long it takes to get going in this. Well, get going.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh my god, this song drove me fucking insane, man. I mean, it was like we're just laughing at it out of like insanity because you hear it so much and it's so distinct. You can't just like have it be background music. It is like in your ear, screaming, vocals, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like, good god, dude. Yeah, I'm kind of with Sharkopolis there. I think you can make the argument, depending on how much you hate aggressive anime and titties, that 3's better. But I feel like over time I've kind of gotten that feel. I don't think any of them are bad either. At worst, they're just like, you know, like 3's just like fine. Or it's okay, right? Like it's worse. I'm not saying I shouldn't play them, but I feel like I'm kind of Sharkopolis on that one. I definitely think 1's the best.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, I probably like X the least, but it's really different. Yeah. Play some Lotus Juice music. Well, it's Sawano. It depends on how much Sawano you listen to. If you over listen to Sawano, it's just his usual shit, which that kind of sucks. Like Attack on Titan and all that. But if you don't listen to too much Sawano, it's pretty jamming. And some of the songs are just legit good. I remember the trailer for Xenoblade X with this song. I blew fucking loads. I was like, wow, this shit makes me want to get a Wii U. This is gonna be awesome. And I never even played the game until like 3 years ago. When fucking Guardian sent me his copy for a bit. The original trailer for this, where you're flying to this big world with like a mech, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking awesome. This music's going. It's Sawano. He's not fucking old and tired at this point. Like, let's go. Dude, I'm excited for P3 Remake just to get more Lotus Juice, man. I'm not gonna play it. I might watch it. And I don't even think it's gonna be better. I think they're gonna fuck it up. But at least the new Lotus Juice music, dude. SMT Grunge. I could play SMT If. I kind of want to play If before I play Persona 1 and 2. How about that? What if I played SMT If? The fucking school SMT before I played SMT 2? That'd be kind of based. I mean, you gotta play the originals, right? Phantasy Star. I haven't played a Phantasy Star yet either. Well, no, I played Genesis. No, not Genesis. What was it called? Universe. The 360 one. We've talked about that though. It was pretty shit, but like it was also kind of cool. It was a fun one to get all the achievements, I guess. But I mean, it was pretty rough. Your balls, leave them to me. Anyways, yeah, I need to decide if I'm gonna start something else tonight. I might watch like a speedrun for this game, or watch an original like sped up playthrough just to see comparisons. Well, some of the old Phantasy Stars are pretty legendary. Oh, is it 2 p.m.? Oh shit, dude. That was 2 a.m. for a second. I might not actually stream anymore. What the fuck? My sleep schedule's been insane because I've been switching it for yeah, it's 2:30 p.m. for me. I'm adjusting my sleep schedule for the winter festivities. I had this one going because it was good for who I wanted to stream to and work. But my car's broken, so I'm not working for a few weeks. Sadly. And I have to change sleep schedule, so I've been... the point is, my sense of time's fucked. No, I usually stream for 10 hours every time at least. So. I did not expect to be on this for 14 hours today, but we're just shooting the shit. So. Love having nice conversations. Need to get some new folks in here too. Yeah, I've been on for a while. I need to keep staying up more though. I probably won't stream the whole time. I just want to like stay up to kind of adjust my sleep schedule. Phantasy Star Portable. Yeah, I've heard cool things about Phantasy Star, like 4 or 5. Some of them are supposed to be pretty neat though. I'd like to at some point. I just played a gacha recently. Yeah, I mean, it is a variety channel, so I play a little bit of everything, but we play a lot of RPGs. Yeah, I'm not doing Fugu 2. I got really I did not feel good about Fuga 1, sadly, after finishing it. But anyways, I guess to chill it again, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but December 30th and 31st, might be a little before that, might be a little after. We'll be doing the year in review. I usually do it one day, but those streams are like 20 hours long, so I'm not doing that this time. I'm gonna split it. I'm gonna go through every game we played this year. Gonna pick out the good ones, the bad ones, the interesting ones, the really good ones, the games that came out this year that were good, and generally just talk about how the year was, the industry. I have a YouTube, yeah, but it's just VODs, and I upload them really late. And since I had to take most of my VODs off of Twitch, a lot of them are just sitting in stasis for a while. What is my thing? Is it social? I barely use my thing. If you want VODs, but the VODs are on Twitch too. I don't do like produced videos. It would be cool too, but I don't know. I just like shooting the shit, talking to people. So if you're looking for like tailored, edited content, I don't have that. It's just VODs. And I only started doing VODs halfway in a stream, and I've been streaming for like 10 years, 11 years now, so. So they're not all gonna be there. If you do want to shoot the shit about any particular game though, you scroll down, I have a list of everything I've played. Might have to format the completed date, because it also has the games I want to play, which I'm always down to take recommendations or talk about any of them. That's what the point of the list is. But yeah, I have a fucking list with check boxes over the stuff I've played, so I'm down to talk about any game. I do my best, but it's kind of hard to remember every detail of every game because some of them are fucking forgettable as fuck. But yeah, so anyways, the year in review, 30th, 31st. If you just want to talk about what you had for dinner, you want to talk about this year, your favorite games, your least favorite, you just got a game you really like, you want to recommend, or you want to talk about the industry. There's been a lot of stuff that happened this year with layoffs and just the amount of kind of quality, but also kind of unoptimized dog shit and stuff. So there's a lot of people, a lot of things to talk about. So bring anything you want for those days. It'll just be us listening to tunes, shooting the shit about stuff. I'm gonna try to keep it a little tighter on the games, like how much I talk about each game, but I'll usually get that of hand, so. But yeah, I have YouTube. Thanks for being interested, but yeah, it's just a VOD channel. Maybe someday I'll do something else if I write like an editor. Should I try to get through like Tevi or something? I need to ask Libra, yeah. Before the year interview. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those are also games I plan on playing. I don't update the plan to play as much as I should because they're like my Steam wishlist isn't on there. But yeah, list is just for people to chit chat. That way, if like somebody sees a game, you know, they want to talk about, it's there. Or somebody who's like gonna recommend something but didn't want to recommend something I played. Conversation starter is kind of the idea, if people want. And it's fun for me. It's cool kind of keeping a record of shit. So I use it for the end of the year talk. But yeah, anyways, that's more shilling myself than I usually do, but it'd be cool to have people come in for the year interview. Like I said, it's gonna be super long every day, and not all of it's gonna be interesting, but like I said, I've done PowerPoints in the past and shit for topics, but I think we're just gonna freeball it. I played it 3-4 weeks ago, right? Month-ish? Oh, speaking of which, are my VODs fucked? Sometimes I get lazy and upload my YouTube VODs really late. But I did them like a month in advance recently, but I don't remember when that cut off is. I got 5 days. What did you think about it? Do you expect me to not have anything good to say about it because of something the way I mentioned Eastward just recently, or? Yeah, I had issues with it. I didn't want to like preload you or something on. But no, I thought it was yeah, pretty boring. God, it's kind of just forgettable in a lot of ways. I don't think it was like unique enough in its quirkiness or in its like locations to get away with like a Lisa Earthbound type of feel, but it also has an extremely like dull like Zelda light gameplay going on. And it's like, well, if you don't have the fun quirkiness and the gameplay is not there, then it's all kind of on at that point like any kind of level design exploration, which they don't really have, and so it's on the story at that point. And the story's just like slow burn, but like meandering slow burn. It has like no character development hardly, and then it kind of like end loads most of your actual like lore and story, and it's just like, I'm just like, when am I supposed to get invested? When am I supposed to start caring? I thought the fucking JRPG in the game was a bit more engaging. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, I'm curious how the Stardew clone's gonna go. I don't know, I mean the art was nice. That was cool, but like I said, I mean it's like, okay, I'm not going to like the T-Rex land, or I'm not into like a apocalypse of only men or whatever like in Lisa. It's like, I'm just in like a city that looks detailed with rain. And I'm like, that's not that fucking quirky, man, right? Like it's not, like you can't, it's hard to get by on the glitz and glamour and the quirk of the thing. Yeah, the monkey train's the most wacky thing. And it's just like I'm fine with indie quirk, but like I gotta have, it's gotta have some style, something unique, or like some backbone, right? Like gameplay or something to like fall back on. Yeah, Crosscode's great. Phoenotopia's great. Phoenotopia's a godly exploration game. The 3-day fetch quest, oh, the fish part. Yeah, the town was the city was a fucking sinker, dude. Oh my. I was okay. Like, the mine, I was like, okay, it's kind of like your fucking Gurren Lagann opener thing, or, you know, or fish out of water. People don't know enough about the world and they find out the world's bigger than they knew. That's fine. Then it gets to the town and I'm like, yeah, this person's like falling in love with them, but maybe it's just to, you know, it's just to show there's darkness in the world. They're just gonna kill them all. And then like you get to the city and it just fucking grinds to a halt, man. Like I don't care about the characters. It meanders on all these like quests and like dungeons that are just not interesting. I feel like it was supposed to have a road trip feel. Like it's a fucking Pee-wee's Big Adventure or some shit. But it just doesn't. I don't think they have strong enough like themes or like stories they wanted to tell, or like any through line through the whole thing with their relationship, with the father-daughter thing, to really like, or even just audio-visual, like interesting enough quirky shit, like exciting visuals or anything, or characters to really like pull off the road trip feel. Alright, like Pee-wee's Big Adventure is a fun road trip because it's just like insane, goofy bullshit with like a funny, quirky-ass character. Like, it pulls it off. It's like 3 hours long. Eastward's like 20 plus fucking hours, right? Like, I mean, they could probably have done the same stuff and just cut it down in half and probably been better off for it. But I don't know. Yeah, that one somebody recommended me. And I mean, there's cool things about it. I get where some people have some things they could love, like the visuals, but yeah, I'm with you on that one. I definitely had a lot of issues by the end of it. I don't know, maybe I didn't word that all very well, but I'm not gonna lie, it's really forgettable a lot of the time. Even though I only played it last month, a lot of it's just because like so little of it has impact, but there's so much of it. Fucking Toby Fox, man. Never trust Toby Fox. I'll never forgive you, Toby. Good indies, yeah. I mean, I respect the creators. I mean, maybe not all, who knows, but the passion. And I want if everybody could succeed and keep making better and better shit, that'd be great, but you only got so much time and so many games that I even finish every game I play is probably more than I should do, but you know, if I don't like it, and it's not just in bad faith, and whatever, dude. Not everything can be good just because people put work into it, sadly. I can respect it and there's good things about stuff, but yeah, so I just think it's doing a disservice to the stuff that really nails everything and polishes it to a T. I did like Lunasid a lot recently. And Void Strangey. Yeah, if you guys haven't played Void Strangey, definitely play that. That was one of the better ones this year. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to fit in Tabby. I was thinking about doing Amnesia the Bunker tomorrow. Probably want to do something shortish before I go for... I'll be spending the night for Christmas tomorrow, Christmas Eve. But yeah. Maybe we'll have Tactics Ogre be kind of the end of the year, next year kind of type of game. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. Yeah, Eastward though. Yeah, it's just forgettable, man. But some atmospheres okay. There's like some moments. Sometimes the music was kind of cute. Like, I just felt like you could tell what they were trying to do, and they just never could quite pull it off. What did I play right before Eastward? I remember there was like a big like dissonance or like contrast with that, and like something right before. Let me see. I did Cassette Beast right after. That was right. Let me fucking see here. This is why I have a list. I forget these things. Oh, Smile for Me. Oh, Kuza. Yeah, maybe there wasn't a whole... Oh, Sea of Stars was before Yakuza. Yeah, I went from one great story to Yakuza to another great fucking story. Eastward. Smile for Me was fine. Fucking Honkai, dude. They're doing a lot of fucking RPGs, man. Let me add this to the list here before I forget. Yeah. I start wrapping up. I've just put Story Ocean. Star Ocean. Second Story R. I still can't believe they killed that guy and he's still they left him dead, man. What the? I just keep thinking about that. And they killed those kids, dude. Not even the guy who just zapped that kid, man. Like, they killed all of those fucking kids and innocent people without even letting them know they're gonna die. They weren't even like infinite, like, aged ghosts, man. They were complicit, yeah. They created the Wise Men. I don't know, maybe there's a post game where they come back. I don't really care. PS5. Oh, a lot of these are marked as completed. Whoop. Oh yeah, no, they should be. They're just not dated, that's right. I need to finish genre tagging these. I think that's what he did, yeah, I bet nobody knew. Well, because they said that only that one chick knew, right? Essentially, other than him. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? That means nobody ever knew before that they're gonna get fucking killed. Like, what? Land on Expel. Yeah, I love the contrived, like, we just don't have enough energy, but we have enough for you. Also that there's supposed to be hundreds of millions of people on that planet. And you see like 30? No, we've been talking about. I just got back to shit on this. We talked about all sorts of other shit. We're talking about Eastward. We're talking about Xenoblade. We're talking about Cold Steel, Octopath, Sea of Stars. Because I always come back to Sea of Stars, man. So on. Yeah, sorry I ruined it for you. There's just not much more to say on Star Ocean. It was fine. It was okay. It was alright. You know, that's kind of the I think I'm on the low end of it's like okay, mediocre, but I can see what people like it sometimes. I definitely think you probably get a little bit more joy out of the original's goofy voice acting and stuff. Pure selfish reasoning. Jesus. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Like I said, I don't think it's knocking it around with the best of them. It's not going to change your life. But I thought if you're a big side content fan, it captured the feeling of JRPGs well enough. Don't expect an expertly written thing, but it's cool enough. Like if you haven't played any JRPGs, that's not super high on the list, but it's neat enough. I had fun with it, and I was gonna not play it. I was after Sea of Stars. I was like, man, this is gonna be another one of those, dude. And I was like, oof. I talked to a lot of people about it. I'm like, it's not sounding like it's gonna. But I gave it a try, and I ended up liking it. And it's made by like one person too, which is pretty respectable. The Shmups, any context for the fucking insane babble that is Touhou's fucking stories, dude? Yeah, let me get right on it. I wonder how the Rana story is like. Proof of seeing the armory contest through to the end. Huh? Maybe that's for her. 18% of people finish the game as Marina, 36 do as Claude. But yeah, definitely it is a side quest game. You like filling out lists and doing little side things, it's pretty cool. I think it's well paced too. Like I said, it's got the skeleton of a good story. And it keeps the pace going with enough mixed activities. I did a Kirby series playthrough this year? Last year? When was it? Was it this year? Yeah, I played every one of them except Rainbow Curse because I had it physically, it did not work. I just couldn't get it. And I wasn't paying $40 for it. Yep, played them all. It was actually a fun series playthrough because Kirby's games are very mixed in genre. I think overall it's a pretty mediocre series. There's very few super high points with Kirby, but there are high points, and it's a fun series playthrough. And if anybody tells you there's no shitty Kirby games, they have not played all the Kirby games. There are some stinkers, dude, but not a shitload. We even got a Kirby tier list, man. I whip out the Kirby tier list. Kirby JRPG, but what about the Clash, the gacha thing? That's not gacha, it's just live service, I guess. Two fight games? Holy, look, there's millions of two games, alright? I'm gonna whip out the fucking tier list. Clash was the live service one, right? Yeah, I played that for a few days. Had some people come in here and help out a little bit, and kind of just got through the base story. And I was like, that's enough. There it is, dude. The tier list, man. Base. Need to remind myself of my own opinions too. There's so many Kirby games and so many of them are so samey. There's a lot, yeah, and I didn't get to play Rainbow Cruise. Well, I guess I haven't played the remake to Return to Dreamland either, but that one's really samey. I'm not gonna keep up with the every Kirby game. Star Allies is low. Where do I got it? That's the Switch one, right? Or the Wii U Switch one. Where'd I put that fucker? Oh, in the middle? No, wait, that's Return to Dreamland. Where the fuck is Star Allies? Jesus, I played all these. Triple Deluxe. Oh, Star Allies is next to Tilt and Tumble up there. Yeah. For sure. I just think at that point in the series it was just had nothing to mix it up with. That it was still going back to the simplified gameplay style after like Superstar Ultra and all that kind of stuff. And how I feel like the multiplayer aspect didn't really do anything for it. It's that kind of weighed into a lot of it. Problem with a lot of Kirby games, they're just really samey and really similar. And there's this weird point in the series where it adds depth and then it just like removes it for a long time. And they go through these arcs where it's like, oh, you know, we have Star Allies, we have Triple Deluxe, and then they finally figure it out with like, when I was Return to Dreamland, Triple Deluxe, and then Robobot. And it takes them like 3 games to figure out how to do it right, and then they do it again in another 3 games. And I barely can. I honestly am trying to remember why exactly I thought Star Allies was lower. I think shitty level design, just being really dull, and having like that Dreamland gameplay instead of Ultra was kind of shit. I'd have to watch the VODs for the deep take. The big surprise for me in the Kirby series playthrough was Amazing Mirror. I thought that was going to be the best one. I fucking hated the Amazing Mirror. Everything under Amazing Mirror is like actual trash. Amazing Mirror was supposed to be like good. No, that's a good reason. I played it solo. So yeah, I played it solo and in order from beginning to end series. So You know, any kind of issues with staleness or innovation, you know, at that point are going to hit a little harder. I played it alone, stuff like that. So, but as far as like a single player experience, it's pretty stale on the gameplay and level design front. But yeah, it's I mean, that it has co-op is a reason for sure to place it higher, and I respect that. These aren't like set in stone either, you know. These weighted. Pretty hard to compare some of these. Kirby RPG would be interesting. Yeah, I think the big surprises for me in the Kirby series playthrough is Amazing Mirror being so bad and Mass Attack actually being pretty good. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't done it. There's a Kirby like action RTS, there's a Kirby pinball game, a Kirby block breaker, a Kirby puzzle game, a Kirby gyro marble game, a Kirby drawing game, platformers, Kirby racing game, but there's no Kirby RPG. Sonic has a fucking RPG made by BioWare. That's horrible, supposedly. I haven't played it yet. You know, that could be a fun, like, shit show game to play. Play Sonic the Dark Chronicles or whatever the fuck. That game has fucking horrid music, dude. But I wonder if it's, like, funny. The RPGs could be bad. Well, it was made by fucking BioWare, too, of all people, right? People like, oh, the downfall of BioWare was the end of Mass Effect 3, or, you know, it was Mass Effect 4, and it's like, brother, they were putting out turds like Sonic Chronicles during all of that, man. They were far from fucking untouchable, man. The Sonic VN's pretty cool. Oh, did you? Oh, really? There's interviews? I know so little about it. I just knew it existed at one point, and I bring it up all the time to, like, remind people that that happened. Usually we bring it up when we're playing really bad video game music. No, I have not played it. I will at some point. Fever Trip memories. The only game I can remember playing when I had like a really bad sickness, I had chicken pox and I was playing the Game Boy version of Donkey Kong Country. I don't think I got far at all. But I clearly remember being on my couch in Colorado. Bizarre memory. Whew. I don't think I ever went to play through all of Donkey Kong Country till like 20 years after that. Love them. But Jesus. I've wanted one, but I don't think it would actually fulfill what I want from a game. Yeah, I worry with like a RPG for Kirby. I mean, they have enough like locations and characters. You could make like a Thousand Year Door S type of game. But like, you could do like sucking enemies and gaining powers and combo, but you need like a lot of enemy variety. Like, do you just have it all be within the fight, or do you like store powers for the next turn-based battle? And I mean, I guess you have party members. I mean, you could definitely do it. I'd be worried that they'd be so caught up in making it easy and simple that it would have like no depth. But who knows? I'd be willing. I don't think playing all the Kirby games made me like a huge Kirby fan, but they were like simple, comfy. Just never, except like I said, those top ones like Kirby 64 very rarely punching above their weight. It was just an interesting series playthrough. It's diverse. the development of the game, and he was like, well, when you're making a game, you design it, you get a team together, and you integrate all your ideas. Well, to make a game, you make it. And it takes some time and some money and some manpower, and then you got a game. It's like, alright. That's fucking wild. Yeah. It's funny you get an interview like that. And it's like so fucking goddamn obvious. The writing is on the wall, right? Like, you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then that game comes out. The 10 Wise Men return. Is this like post game? Alright, bro. I'm not doing the 10 Wise Men return. For fuck's sakes. The 20 Wise Men. The wiser man. The wisest men. The 11th wise man. The missing wise man. Yeah, it sounds like complete poppycock though, Sharkopolis. I mean, I had fun with the wise men. To be straight about it. I mean, I think they're like not like good bad guys, but they're like funny at least. And I could use any like ounce of like joy in that last bit of story. Yeah, why wasn't there a chick? Or like yeah, like some kind of like twisted creature or something. I mean, that one guy was kind of like berserker mode, and then there's that one dude who was a little bit more feminine, but they could have mixed it. It's literally just 10 dudes who are really mean and generic. I don't know. It was funny. But they're called the 10 Wise Men, and they're fucking named after angels. Apparently in the original, or in the original English version, they're named after actual fucking like philosophers, which I think is funny because they're super generically evil. God, my fucking acid reflux, good God. Going crazy. Pick some random music. Need some Toms. I'm done. This tops in. 10 Wise Men, dude. See, I want to do CCC. My desire to play horrible Fate games just never fucking sated. I don't know when I'll do CCC though. I got way too many RPGs to do this month and last month, or next month, this month, and last month. We'll see though. Anyways, I think I'm gonna start slowing down here. Well, thank you very much for hanging out. It was a good time. Love the conversation. Gil's route? Yeah, probably. What are the options? Is it like Liz, Gil, and like Saber or something? Oh, yeah, I'll do Gil. It'd be either Gil or Tamamo. And I don't really care much about her. I like Redman, but I know Redman. I don't need like a shittier version of Redman. I'll do Gil. But yeah. Anyways, folks, really appreciate the conversation. It was a lot of fun. Be back on tomorrow for a little bit. Or it'll be a chunky stream, but not like insane. We'll see what I'm playing. Probably something shortish. Like I said, I might just do Amnesia at the Bunker. I could get started on something else, but I'll be another day or two. I'll be back Monday night, so I'll be gone for like 24 hours, I guess. The evening to the next evening. Then I need to start getting estimates. Hopefully people can figure out my car problem with just the error code, but probably not. Trying to get some estimates and find a cheap place, because I just do not have the money to keep paying for more car repairs. And then we'll be just focused on streaming, unless I've got work popping up. But work be pretty light during the holidays. Leave it on some Umineko. It's got the Star Trek quote. Need to do Gradia soon. The VN desire building up. Haven't had a nice VN talk in a bit. Emails doing Yep, anyways, I'll catch you folks later. Thank you very much for hanging out, chit-chatting. It was a great time. Hope to see you folks soon. See you tomorrow. Oh.